So let me introduce Roman. Must find my stuff. So Roman David is a political scientist and a professor at the Department of Sociology. Well, hello everyone, by the way. Sorry, I'm a bit sleepy myself. So Roman is a political scientist and a professor at the Department of Sociology, Lingnan University in Hong Kong. He is the author of Lustration and Transitional Justice, which is one of my favorite books, which analyzed the concept of personal lustration system and classified it into exclusive, inclusive, and reconciliatory. And he experimentally examined its effects. He's also a lead author of Liberalism and Democracy in Myanmar that came out at Oxford in 2018, which introduced the concept of limited liberalism. Today, he will be talking about his book, Communists and Their Victims, another one of my favorites, published by the University of Pennsylvania Press in 2018. Roman, you can start.
Okay, thank you, Muriel. So this is essentially a brief book talk for a book which was published about 3 years ago. So I will take this opportunity to introduce it to those who haven't seen it or who haven't heard about it. As you may know, in the scholarship on transitional justice, studies that look at empirical examination of the processes of justice at both sides of the society are quite rare, looking at victims and perpetrators. And also the field is largely under-theorized in many aspects. And so I try to fill a little bit of this gap in this book. And so I examined the effects of transitional justice on victims, communists, and society as a whole. So this is essentially an empirical study that uses survey experiments, and interviews, and tries to draw certain theoretical conclusions. It is not a book about the Czech Republic, but about theoretical questions of transitional justice examined in the Czech Republic. So, so the key question in this book is, did justice measures help to overcome the legacies of injustices committed by the communist regime? So we have justice measures as a kind of a set of independent variables and various legacies manifested in society among victims and about communists on the other hand as a dependent. And so I try to use this question and put it into various sub-questions, and each chapter addresses one of those sub-questions. So chapter 1 asks the question, what kind of injustices were committed? This is a very, basic introductory chapter, and I will not talk about it because this is for non-specialists. So I will skip it. Chapter 2 asks questions: what justice measures were adopted? Here I should define what I mean by transitional justice measures. I mean all formal and informal measures which were devised to deal with the past. Formal measures were those regulated by law. Informal or symbolic measures were those practiced informally, such as acknowledgement of victims or condemnation of the communist regimes, etc. In that chapter, I also classify these measures into retributive, revelatory, reparatory, and reconciliatory. There is certain kind of internal coherence, in certain internal reliability about those measures when they are examined in society. So this is not only kind of conceptually validated, but also empirically validated classification. And so the substantive chapters is chapter 3, which raised a question: did justice measures heal victims? So in this chapter, I examine the predictors of socio-political redress of victims, by whom I mean former political prisoners. And I conceptualize this redress as the integration of a victim into society. And individual healing, which captures overcoming experiences of imprisonment. And I found that the most influential predictor of both dimensions was financial compensation, followed by the return to previous profession. The importance of compensation runs, as you may know, against claims that victims rate symbolic values higher than financial compensation. What was also fascinating was the dual role of truth-telling. Public truth-telling, which was sometimes conveyed by the media, actually inhibited a socio-political redress. On the other hand, private truth-telling, when victims were sharing their experiences with society, help individual healing. So this is a kind of important finding in respect of Truth Commission in general. We can also observe in the data analysis that the interaction of victims with perpetrators, the arrogance of the perpetrators, or the perceived arrogance, put it this way, may have negative effects on victims. And finally, satisfaction with democracy was a significant predictor of redress as well. And it showed that former political prisoners were people who made sacrifices by expressing their political opinions. So politics remains an important part in their life, and justice, you know, on general level, emerges here not only as the legal category, but also as a political, material, psychological, and health category. You know, so doing justice after transition is not looking only at legal aspects, but at many other aspects as well. And these results are consistent in my studies in different countries as well. Chapter 4 asks a question: did justice measures transform communists? In this chapter, the transformation of former Communist Party members was conceptualized as the internalization of human rights values. And the transformation was examined on 2 dimensions: on personal transformation of pre-1989 party members, and intergenerational transformation that refers to the breakdown of the transmission of the communist ideology from parents to their offspring. My quantitative and qualitative analysis here found that retributive measures inhibited both dimensions of transformation. Qualitative data shed more light on this, and they suggest that it was due to the collectivist nature of many of these measures, because they condemned all communists, which triggered kind of a self-protective defensive mechanisms among them. Reparatory and especially revelatory measures were effective, although in comparison to others rather weak. They provided former communists with certain learning experience about human rights abuses and about their scale in particular. Revelatory measures were significant in the intergenerational transformation. So the children went to school, had new teachers or new textbooks, and learned about communism, and that helped. What is interesting is that reconciliatory measures had a negative effect, which might be surprising at the first glance, but qualitative data showed that it was due to the reverse causality. The communists who were already transformed actually view the apology by the Communist Party as inadequate, so as everybody else, which also shows that they actually transformed. In chapter 5, so chapter 3 was victims, chapter 4 former communists, chapter 5 the society as a whole, and I look at in chapter 5 into the question: could justice measures transform a divided society? So it was a hypothetical question, which I examined by experimental design. Transformation of divided society here was conceptualized as an ability of justice measures to contribute to justice and reconciliation. And so I have designed an experimental vignette based on 3x4x2 factorial design, which was embedded in the nationwide survey in the Czech Republic. The vignette was divided into two parts. One part was situated in the past and told a story about Mr. Novak, a dissident who wrote a petition against the communist regime, and Mr. Procházka, a secret police officer who ensured that Mr. Novak was sentenced to jail for what he was doing. And then the second part simulated different resolutions of the story, put 3 reparatory measures: compensation, acknowledgement, no compensation, 4 retributive measures, shaming, dismissal, condemnation, punishment, and 2 reconciliatory measures, apology versus no apology. So 24 versions of the questionnaire were prepared, and respondents rated their stories, and we found, I found that social acknowledgement, financial compensation, punishment, condemnation, dismissal, and apology had significant effect on the perception of justice. And only apology and dismissal had positive effect on the perception of reconciliation. So the kind of the spread was just along the line of justice, nothing about the perception of reconciliation. What was interesting here that apology emerged as a really strong predictor of justice and reconciliation at the same time. Chapter 6 asked the question, did justice measures transform the divided society? So I was looking at the divided society again, but not from experimental point of view, but from a kind of a survey point of view, looking at what is there. And I conceptualized the transformation of society as a 2-dimensional process encompassing material transformation and ideological transformation. By material transformation, I meant transforming the class structure of the communist regime. I asked the question, do communist era class differences predict people's incomes some quarter of century after the collapse of communism? Because this is a question which got some resonance in Poland, Hungary, but also in the Czech Republic, where it's often said that former communists and their offspring still benefit from the communist regime. However, while there might be some high-profile cases of this phenomenon, my findings show that it didn't happen on the mass scale. Actually, exactly the opposite was true. So those who reported that they were rehabilitated and received their properties back, some of the recipients of the rehabilitation and restitution laws, they had significantly higher income than the rest of society, while the income of former communists fell below the national average, even after controlling for retirement status. So the material transformation did occur, and justice measures were instrumental in the process. Second, turning to ideological transformation, I asked whether justice measures stultified return to the communist regime. I found that retributive measures did not dissuade the Communist Party members from their desire to return to the past. In fact, they seemed to increase their desire to return. I also found that new divisions emerged. Those who voted for the Communist Party now were more likely to wish the return to the past. So this is a new thing. These are not only the people who, these are just voters for the Communist Party, controlling for Communist Party members. Yeah, these are new people who think that unrelated, not offspring, those people who believe that the society should return to the past. And then also those who were evicted due to the restitution process also wish to return to the past. Although the number was small, it shows that those who fell victims of transitional justice positively supported the return to the old regime, although they were not involved in it. So conclusion of the book. So let me briefly summarize the main empirical findings. First, retributive measures were irrelevant for healing and redress of victims, as well as for social reconciliation, and counterproductive to the transformation of former communists and to the transformation of society. They were only significant for the perception of justice. Whether there's a limitation, obviously, because the trials were not happening in the Czech Republic that much. So there might be a deficit. Obviously, I was asking a question in a negative way. So I also coded for absence. So if there's an absence, if there's a desire for those trials, it should show, yeah. And it didn't show in the victim survey. Obviously, this is a certain limitation. To what extent it is relevant or not, it's debatable. Reparatory measures were significant for victims. The transformation of communists, society, and the perception of justice. Revelatory measures helped transformation of communists, but had dual effects on victims. I mentioned the positive and negative effects, yeah, which is fascinating. And reconciliatory measures had a great potential, as illustrated in the experimental study, but the potential was not utilized. Now, this is the finding as it is, yeah. But if we put them together, because the society consists of victims, consists of perpetrators, so they are all together. Somehow they interact. So if we put them together and situate them in this kind of a political context of transitional justice, the results I can describe are characteristic as a vicious circle of justice without reconciliation. So what I mean by this? Essentially, reparatory measures lead to the rehabilitation of former political prisoners. Yeah, this is established. It works. The problem is retributive justice measures lead to the defiance of communists. So defiance then negatively affects the rehabilitation of political prisoners because they are defiant, they are arrogant, they are not transforming, they are not changing. You know. So facing hostile perpetrators, political prisoners have a greater desire to share their truth with society because they feel they are the last people who stand. They need to pass the message, you know, because the communists are here, that's the dangers, or etc. Yeah, but by sharing in public their grievances, it takes the energy out of them, yeah, and it undermines their redress, and so this is the society coming into the scene, yeah, because society hears the grievances of victims and observes the lack of their rehabilitation, the defiance of, and observes the defiance of communists. So then they try to acknowledge victims and condemn communists in order to teach them a lesson. So this leads to the approval of additional justice measures, for example, compensation most frequently. So these justice measures are not a response to the injustice per se, but the consequence of implementing transitional justice. They are kind of a secondary transitional justice measures. They are responding to the present perceptions, to the present situation. So this circle can be broken by reconciliatory measures, I mentioned. Apology, for instance, would demonstrate a better transformation of perpetrators than retributive measures that collectively condemn communists as a group. Obviously, communists they don't apologize. They didn't apologize, and you know it would be very beneficial if they did, or eventually on the individual level. So what does it mean? If you look at this, what I mentioned is that it somehow started to shift from those measures of justice into the protagonists, the victims, and the perpetrators. And what matters is how they are perceived, how they are being viewed. And essentially, what does the book ends with kind of observation that the assessment of justice essentially depends on the transformative status of both recipients of justice, on victims and on perpetrators. So if victims are rehabilitated, happy, you know, there is a larger perception of justice. If perpetrators are not arrogant, not expressing hostilities, there's more perception of justice. So this gives me kind of a, this kind of motivates me to propose something like a transformative theory of justice perceptions. And I suggest that the perception of justice is a function of the transformative status of victims and perpetrators. And so the transformative theory, which is suggested here as a kind of middle range theory, differs from other theories which see the perception of justice as a function of other things like a degree of punishment, like the retributive theory of justice, or restoration of relations, as in the restorative justice, or procedural fairness as a procedural justice theory. So overall, let me just finish that. So the perception of justice may be a function of all these factors: punishment, relationship, procedure, as well as the transformative status of victims and transgressors. And so this is the message of the book. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. That's so excellent. Yeah, and we'll raise a lot of issues, I'm sure. So I think I'm now to speak. So it's a little weird because I have to introduce myself. I'm a socio-political historian of post-war communist and post-communist Central Europe, in particular of Czechoslovakia and the Czech Republic, with more recent, it's about 10 years, specialization on oral history and everyday life history. I was advisor to the director for research and methodology at the Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes, from where we convened this workshop today. So I was advisor to the director from 2014 to 2018, and I'm presently there a researcher in the Communism department. My most recent publications include the edited volume Perceptions of Society in Communist Europe, Regime Archives and Popular Opinion at Bloomsbury, London in 2018, as well as the chapter, The Czech Museum of Communism, What National Narrative for the Past in Stephen Norris's Museum of Communism, New Memory Sites in Central and Eastern Europe, that came out in 2020. Okay, so today I'm gonna speak of the Czech policy of dealing with the past in a rather wide angle of political, legal, and historical challenges. Czech official memory politics have constructed since 1989 a contrived anti-communist identity, which, as Veronika Pehe shows, has been consistently obsessed with finding or even fabricating heroes. It is ironical, but revealing of a certain artificiality, that in a 1993 law, the Act on the Illegality of the Communist Regime and on the Resistance to it, the post-communist Czech state accepted the continuity of the juridical order inherited from the communist states. That means that the laws and treaties remained principally valid unless explicitly abrogated, all the while designating the communist regime as illegal and criminal. Called upon by opponents of the law, the Constitutional Court awkwardly established that the continuity of old laws did not hinder a discontinuity in values, nor signified the recognition of the legitimacy of the communist regime. Legality, it said, could not become a convenient substitute for an absent legitimacy. Petro Uhl was one of the rare pundits to question the coherence between these two legal stances. In a country that claimed to have a radical approach in dealing with the past, it is a bit discomforting to observe that none of the small-time civil servants who poisoned the lives of ordinary people were ever put on trial. Also, only a handful of the high-ranking civil servants responsible for running the country were put on trial. Why? Because for the most part, neither type of civil servants had broken any law. Law 231, 1948, on the defense of the Republic of Popular Democracy, defined prison punishable by a life sentence or hard labor or even by the death penalty as attempts to overthrow the regime of popular democracy, leave the Republic, or even simply contacts with a foreign representative or foreign power. These and a number of similarly flimsy provisions allowed the secret police to legally interpret at their convenience almost any action or even speech as sabotage. Torture was not sanctioned by law, but it is singularly difficult for a former prisoner at the mercy of the police to prove that it had been employed against them. Political prisoners were rehabilitated by virtue of the Act on Extrajudicial Rehabilitations of 1990, but to indict the authorities who had persecuted them was quite another matter. As is well known, the two founding principles of European justice, reminded in a 1993 judgment by the Czech Constitutional Court, are that individuals can be convicted only for the laws that they violated while these laws were in force. No crime without law, no punishment without law. But when individual civil servants did break even the communist law, especially in occurrences of secret police brutality, there often was no witness, or there was no witness left, as most inhumane acts were committed in the 1950s. Torture, the show trials, the work camps happened so many decades ago that there are few victims, perpetrators, and witnesses still alive, let alone the indispensable combination of these three categories, plus of a willing judge. The post-communist legal apparatus, mainly this 1993 act mentioned above, did postpone the starting date for the statutory limitation concerning these crimes to 30th of December 1989. As a result, a murder committed by the secret police, say in 1951, could now be prosecuted until 29th of December 2009. But could the communist law perhaps be overturned with a new retroactive law that would take precedence over the old one? The principle of non-retroactivity of the law was a contested issue already in dealing with Nazi crimes at the Nuremberg trial with the issue of crimes against humanity. We can summarize the position of the Eastern Bloc in the following way. Nazi crimes against humanity were a desirable legal category, but crimes against humanity committed by the communists were not. The socialist interest for international justice was guided by anti-Nazism, anti-imperialism, and anti-capitalism, but not by a genuine desire to advance universal democratic rights. In other words, crimes against humanity could only have been committed by the Nazis or by any other preferably capitalist power in times of war. But this was then. Now, on the contrary, according to the current international jurisprudence, they can comprise crimes committed in times of peace by any state against its former citizens, that is also by formerly communist states in the frame of communist repression. Moreover, according to the European Court of Human Rights, this type of crimes are not subject to any statutory limitation. So the door has now been opened for the future punishment of communist repression, in theory, but how about the practice? Several scholars have resorted to the vocabulary of ghosts, hunting, or specters while referring to the communist past after 1989, and with good reason. The post-communist institutions that have meant to settle accounts with the past, that is, courts, governments, parliaments, historical institutes, and the media, presume to be endowed with normative certainty and a definitive sense of moral hierarchy. The post-1989 regime was better than communism, that was better than Nazism. In reality, these institutions are populated with actual humans, imperfect individuals who, notes Christiane Wilke, one of my favorite scholars that I was planning to invite to the workshop, but who could not come because of the change of date. So these actual humans, imperfect individuals, were themselves unsettled, I'm quoting her, by the spectral presence of injustices that they either committed or failed to address in the past. Christiane Wilke shows that the post-89 trials in Germany were haunted by the overall failure of the Federal Republic of Germany to address the crimes of Nazism. I borrow this idea from her to suggest that the Czech post-communist trials of communist perpetrators have been similarly haunted by the extreme severity of the post-war trials of Nazi collaborators, itself already reflected in the severity of the communist justice. These two precedents and the record of spectacular harshness that they left behind set the judicial system up for failure in the 1990s. Contrary perhaps to the cultivated and benevolent image of the Czech nation, historian Benjamin Frommer has shown that the post-war settlements of the Nazi occupation had been one of the most severe at the European level, perhaps the harshest of all in Czechoslovakia. But this post-war example was not replicable under post-communism. The spirit of vengeance that presided over the post-war settlement reflected also a fledgling rule of law, even for the same proclaimed democracy, self-proclaimed democracy that was Czechoslovakia. The post-45 defendants had almost no rights. They couldn't see their files for their defense, they couldn't appeal their verdict, and the execution was carried out 2 hours after the sentence. In 1989, the return to Europe was not compatible anymore with such trampling of the defendants' rights. Another angle that was rarely, if ever, addressed after 1989 was the level of judicial violence that was socially acceptable under Stalinism. After 350,000 or so dead during the Second World War, 30 or 40,000 dead amidst the expelled Sudeten Germans, and nearly 1,000 public executions by hanging of presumed collaborators and Nazi war criminals after the war, a total of 178 communist executions that started to be carried out only 2 years after the last post-war execution probably did not shock so many people. It is also indisputable that the Stalinist show trials were received with a measure of approbation from the population, as the works of Kevin McDermott and Marianne Logi have shown. Indeed, if the 1945 post-war settlement was a ghost hunting the post-communist transitional regime, the question of the legitimacy of the communist regime over the past 4 decades was another elephant in the room. No one spoke about it after 1989, yet it defined the course of the Velvet Revolution itself. Hannah Arendt had set the parameters of the dilemma. If I obey the law of the land, she wrote, thinking of Eichmann's defense, according to which he did nothing but obey orders, then I actually support its constitution. The only people in the dictatorship who refuse their share of responsibility for supporting the regime under the guise of obedience are, she says, the non-participators in public life. She observed that this form of civil and non-violent disobedience, refusing to participate, would be a highly effective weapon against the dictatorship, exactly as Václav Havel analyzed it decades later in his Power of the Powerless essay. But if, as Havel analyzed it, we were all guilty, then who could be indicted after the revolution, and who should be doing the indicting? The collective pardon proposed by Havel ensured the peaceful outcome of the revolution, but in practice turned into a highly effective whitewash, which was another formulation by Arendt, and it denied the very possibility of justice. For, as Arendt also wrote, where all are guilty, no one is. Obedience hides, in fact, consent. Hence the question, concludes Arendt, that should be asked, but was never asked in post-89 Czechoslovakia, should never be, why did you obey, but should be, why did you consent? To establish the legitimacy of post-communism, it would have been necessary to draw a clear line separating the old legal and political institutions from the new ones. One of the clearest signals would have been to designate, prosecute, and punish those responsible for the repression exercised by the previous regime. With the fall of communism, however, the legitimacy of the communist judiciary collapsed. This put the post-89 justice system in a very delicate position. It was discredited for having supported the communist dictatorship while being the direct inheritor of this same regime in terms of personnel, professional training, and perhaps even values. Should it and could it have indicted former communist judges, that is, colleagues in their midst? Post-communist judges had, and here I'm quoting Christiane Wilke again, had to negotiate between the necessity of reckoning and the desire to enjoy the legitimacy that they had inherited, be it from a problematic source. By and large, Czech judges chose the symbolic capital over pedestrian justice. Their resounding silence over the behavior of their colleagues before 1989, that is, in fact, themselves, was compounded by and perhaps inevitably resulted in the unwillingness to judge past communist deeds even in the post-communist present. There are a number of trials that either did not happen or were totally botched, like the trial of Miroslav Grebenicek, the trial of Alois Lorenz, or the trial of Vasil Bilyak, that are essentially trials that did not take place and should have. By the end of 2001, the Bureau of Investigation of the Crimes of Communism, created in 1991 to indict former criminals, had been able to recommend the examination of only 71 persons, out of which 51 had been indicted, 9 had been sentenced, and only a few really imprisoned. The longest past sentence was 7 years. And when judges did indict former judiciary personnel, the level of prestige and legitimacy they derived from it is debatable. Ludmila Brožová-Polednova, a prosecutor at the 1950 Horáková trial and the only judicial personnel put on trial in association with the communist political purges, was sentenced to 6 years in prison in 2008, while being 86 years old and blind. One of the reasons why this trial failed to resonate with the public certainly is, as Christiane Wilke puts it, that the appeal to courts as normative authorities is easily fraught with the haunting memory of the court's own complicity in the state repression to which they are asked to respond. In that sense, the Czech post-communist system failed to take the significant democratic turn that the German Supreme Court took in 1995. In the Reinwarth decision of November 1995, the German Supreme Court explicitly came to terms with the failure of the Federal Republic to adequately address the crimes of Nazism. It also vowed not to condone such a perversion of the legal order ever again. The post-communist trials thus provided an opportunity for Germany to deal not only with communism, but also with Nazi crimes. Now, to engage with the country's ghosts would not only have promised a better judicial outcome of the policy of dealing with past communist crimes, it would have allowed for a diversity of relations to the past, forms of mourning, memory, inheritance, and settling, to name but a few. And I was quoting Christiane Wilke again. Basing herself on Jacques Derrida, Christiane Wilke shows that inheriting the past entailed filtering, sifting, criticizing, and sorting out. Inheriting led in Germany to take responsibility for the past, and this precisely what did not happen in Czechoslovakia or the Czech Republic. As no conscious choice was made about how to deal with the past, no responsibility was ever taken. Rather, half-hearted attempts were launched at the judicial, legislative, and political level. Collective, non-personal way of dealing with the past carefully avoided to engage with personal responsibility. They took the shape of collective rehabilitations, lustration, or moral indictment of the whole Communist Party. This was, of course, a fateful way of not reckoning with personal responsibility. Hannah Arendt had already reported from Jerusalem that the judges at the Eichmann trial had rightfully reminded that in the courtroom, there is no system on trial, no history or historical trend, no ism like anti-Semitism or communism, we might add, but a person. We cannot judge a system in the place of an individual. The failure to account for personal responsibility is all the more striking that, as Roman notes in his books, the policy of dealing with the past in the Czech Republic established as its primary aim justice rather than reconciliation. This choice soon denoted an obsession that was political rather than socially minded. It divided Czech society, all the more so that it discredited any attempt to bring in the balance individual mitigating circumstances. The vagaries of this policy brought neither reconciliation nor justice, and thus delegitimized both politics and the justice system. The individuals whose trajectory did not fit in this black and white scenario, pitting the bad communists against the good people, were symbolically excluded from society, and the suffering was disregarded. Reconciliation is a word that did not even appear in the contemporary national vocabulary. The parliamentary Committee for the Investigation of the Events of 17th of November arrested a few communist leaders in December 1989, while the Velvet Revolution was still ongoing. 2 months later, only Miroslav Štěpán, the party secretary for the city of Prague, remained in jail under the presumption that he had given the order for the police to attack the demonstrators on 17th of November 1989. In February 1990, journalist Ivan Lamper asked aloud in an interview with the famous dissident and Czech news agency's new director, Petr Ur, is Miroslav Štěpán the sacrificial lamb at whom all the mistakes and errors of the past 20 years are thrown? Petr Ur answered with remarkable acumen, quote, "I have the feeling that Štěpán acted dishonorably in his function, and I'm willing to call him a scoundrel. But the question is whether it is possible to indict him for this. I believe it would be more profitable to make abstractions of the political side of things and to examine the financial situation of these people. I am certain that their lifestyle does not correspond to the laws prevailing even before 1989, and that it would be possible to prosecute them, for instance, by stealing state property and for abuse of office for their private financial profits." In July 1990, Štěpán was sentenced to 4 years of prison for abuse of power in his functions in the political sense, specifically for having his units mistreat demonstrators and political opponents with water cannons and beatings in 1988 and 1989. He was freed on 10 of October 1991 after having served half of his sentence. 1 month later, he held a signature event for his recently appeared volume, Confession of a Prisoner of the Velvet Revolution. The public interest was apparently genuine and a long queue formed before him. He was readmitted in the Communist Party that had expelled him at the beginning of December 1989, and that now had changed his name to Communist Party of Bohemia and Moravia. In June 1993, a majority of the KSČM delegates refused to drop the adjective communist from the party's name, and the party continued polling substantial votes for another 20 years. The obsession with anti-communist politics, rather than the pursuit of concrete individuals, brought almost no justice on the political level, and also almost none on the economic level. On the contrary, the lustrated former apparatchiks used their capital to enrich themselves after 1989. Then conclusion, in 1990, it was understood that in the frame of communist repression, the regime did commit crimes that will be considered political today and that might have broken even communist law. These crimes remain susceptible to statutes of limitation and amnesties, although as I already told earlier, their statutory limitation was extended to 2009. But Romania has recently set a precedent by implementing international criminal justice as an anti-impunity strategy in order to revisit the prosecution of former Romanian communist criminals. The category of crime against humanity was included in the Romanian Criminal Code in 2014, irrespective of the date of its commission. As Raluca Grăsescu shows, the Supreme Court then accepted in 2016 to integrate the notion of crime against humanity and genocide while judging communist crimes by arguing that even the communist regime had ratified the 1968 UN Convention, as did Czechoslovakia. Since 2014, at least 3 individuals have been convicted, including, as James told yesterday, Ion Iliescu, the former president who took over after Ceausescu's fall. In post-communist countries, the people who suffered under the previous regime did not expect retribution or revenge so much as a kind of moral affirmation that would come from knowing more about the communist past and drawing lessons from this experience. This is something that wrote James McAdams on the German basis. This is doubtless why the film The Lives of the Others by Florian Henkel von Donnersmarck in 2006 was so successful, and it reconciled the two Germanys. Despite the improbability of its scenario staging a Stasi officer imbued with remorse, which made my German historians of communism colleagues hoot with laughter, despite this improbability, it restored the dignity of the people who had experienced communism by showing their everyday suffering, which is what the Eastern German public had been waiting for. So if historians, writers, or filmmakers cannot restore this dignity in the Czech case, then crimes against humanity and the path shown by Romania could be a useful tool to bring at last some form of justice. And that's it. So well, that's a bit weird to be presenting and moderating at the same time, but let's open the discussion. Do you all have questions or comments? Yes, Christian.
So this is just a quick comment on your presentation, Muriel, because I mean, to some extent, I agree with that observation that you included, that criminal trials are about individual criminal responsibility and not about isms, not about communism or Nazism, fascism, whatever. In practice, however, particularly in newer international criminal jurisprudence, that's much less clear. To give you one example, and I think it's a terrific example that shows how the two are linked. The trial of Radovan Karjic at the ICTY was obviously a criminal trial of the individual accused, Radovan Karjic. However, the entire ideological platform that his Serb Democratic Party constructed in cooperation with the Milosevic regime in the late 1980s and early 1990s was copiously discussed. And in fact, while again insisting for necessary legal reasons on individual criminal responsibility, and quite rightly so, the trial chamber in its judgment basically at some point says, okay, we've looked at your ideology of your party and your project, and this is what you, in your own words, said you wanted to achieve. Now, our legal opinion is that any sane person would look at these political goals and say, you cannot achieve them without committing crimes against humanity. And I mean, just to give you a very basic example, if I say, I would like the Czech Republic to be completely without any Roma at all. I want no Roma in the Czech Republic. Most people would argue, you know, the Roma are not just going to say, well, okay, well, since that's your opinion, we'll just get up and leave and, you know, never come back. So the only way you're reasonably going to be able to achieve that ideological project is through committing crimes against that target group. So where it gets difficult, of course, is that with communism in particular, the Czechoslovak communists and other communists could reasonably argue, unlike fascists, that you know, the utopian goals of social equality, you know, putting the means of production in the hands of the working people, et cetera, that all of that could theoretically be accomplished without committing any crimes against humanity, or indeed any crimes at all. Although, of course, the way it was accomplished was a bit different. But again, I don't want to, you know, dive into super detailed discussions. I just want to say that as a practitioner and as a historian of these things, in practice, all newer international criminal courts, including the Permanent International Criminal Court, when they examine individual criminal responsibility, do that in the context of ideology. And the term that I used yesterday, joint criminal enterprise, is a good example and a controversial one, the lawyers will tell you, where basically ideology can at times be equated with a joint criminal enterprise, and therefore we get closer to a criminal legal condemnation of ideology. So that was my comment.
Yeah, thanks, Christian. Well, how could I say it? It would be completely illusory to imagine that the Eichmann trial was not in effect, despite everything they said, the trial of Nazism. Of course it is. But it's, I think, quite important to at least start with the concrete individuals, at least judge that particular individual. And of course, the rest comes kind of attached to it. But if you, the problem is if you try to put a system on trial rather than the individual, the result is that there will be no trial at all, because it's a very—
I agree, and I think it's very important that if we take the human rights of the accused seriously, which we must do, no matter how abhorrent the events or rather deeds are of which they are accused, then it is actually incredibly sloppy from both an investigative and prosecutorial viewpoint if we say, oh, well, you know, you were a member of this party, therefore you're guilty of criminal acts. No, of course, we have to prove that, and that requires much more nuanced investigation and prosecution than just saying being a communist equals being a criminal.
Mm. And moreover, when you don't put the— how could I say, like, there should have been at least 2 trials that should have been really crucial for the democratic development of the Czech Republic after '89. One was the one from Alois Lorenz, who was the head of the security services until the revolution. And his trial could have been a wonderful opportunity to discuss about the historical, even though it should have been really about him. But then, of course, it would have been impossible not to speak about the role of the security services under communism and what function they fulfilled, and you know how what level of repression they achieved, but also perhaps what level of support they got. So that would have been really crucial. But this trial never took place. At least it never took place in the Czech side of Czechoslovakia. It took place in a very delayed form in Slovakia 10 years later, which was really a mock trial. That achieved absolutely nothing. And a second really important trial that should have taken place but never took place was because precisely they were so imbued with the notion of putting a whole system on trial that it became so huge that it was completely unmanageable. Was the trial of Vasil Bilak, who was said to have called the Soviet troops in 1968, and it became the whole— I mean, the trial had I think the indictment file had something like 22,000 pages, putting the whole communist system on trial. And of course, the only result was that there was no trial at all, because it just, you know, became too big and just ridiculous and unmanageable. It would have been better to say, oh, what about, let's do just the trial of Vasil Bilak, and in the process, we're sure to talk about the normalization regime, but let's judge, first of all, an individual. But interestingly enough, Czech television had a kind of funny show that was a bit silly, but at the same time was quite interesting. They decided to put communism on trial. It was a 2-part show, so it lasted, I don't know, 2 or 3 hours. And so it was the trial of communism in Czechoslovakia. And so they had a defense, an accusation, you know, witnesses, and they took various aspects into account. It was not bad. It was usually, I mean, to be frank, it was better than many historical works on the communist period. And of course, the conclusion was a bit of a pre-given that, okay, democracy is better than communism. That was the conclusion. So it's good that communism fell. But still, you know, it was funny. But to put a system on trial should be just that. I mean, a show on television and nothing more serious than that. And for the rest, unfortunately, we have to go through historical works and personal responsibilities. I don't see any better solution, even though it's not perfect. But yeah, what else can we do? It's still better than doing nothing, which is what happened essentially. Do we have other questions? Oh, Christopher, you had raised your hand.
Yes, thank you. This is a question for Muriel, but for both of you, really. I mean, I was struck by the reference to the lives of others, and I mean, you had the central implausible premise of the Stasi agent with the heart of gold. But one interesting decision of that film was to show a kind of justice with the Stasi agent after the Wende, after the revolution, who was reduced to merely distributing flyers. That's the only job he could find. and the protagonist feels sorry for him. But there's nothing else after the change. There's no public discussion. There's no encounter between the protagonist and the Stasi agent. It fizzles out, but there's some kind of justice in terms of brute employment restrictions. And I just wanted to this idea of I liked your question about the financial consequences of high regime people embezzling and then living off that in the post-revolutionary times. Last summer, I went to the Hohenschönhausen Stasi prison in East Berlin and to look at the museum there. And it's an impressive museum because of the detail. And so there's a certain amount of not only who was imprisoned there, but also there's detail about who tortured them and on what dates. It's all been worked out by the historians. But what isn't there is what happened to the torturers after 1989. So here there was a famous poet who was a dissident who was imprisoned and tortured by 5 individuals. There were the names. This was in the mid-1970s. Presumably those individuals were still alive, some of them, in 1990. What did they do in the 1990s, in the 2000s? Maybe they're still alive today. And then I'm wondering, is the museum, the Hohenschönhausen Museum, legally permitted to publish details about their employment in the 1990s, in the 2000s, whether that would be one kind of avenue of justice to show that they might have had suspiciously high salaries, but also that they remained active in German society. And that wasn't there in the museum. And I'm wondering if there might be a legal reason why it wasn't there. That's my question.
Roman, you want to answer first about the lives of the others, maybe?
That's I watched the movie. I like it, and the issue is I'm not sure, about what I can say about the question is that. As far as I know, in the Czech Republic, the survey which I did is, as a kind of representative survey of 10 million people, and so there is always a probability that some people will not be selected there, and there are some kind of unique cases of people who are really doing very well after communism, but this is because of their, assets or their contacts with, because of the network they kept from the communism, social capital, as we say. Whether there is no much disclosure about them, I suppose there might be the issue of the right to privacy, but I think more I would be worried about, rather than disclosure, that why there was no much of the prosecution, especially in the kind of German case, which was much better documented than the Czech Republic. But the Czech Republic also was, as Muriel suggested, there were a lot of problems, and I personally believe that. The ideological approach the ideology was a problem, in the 1990s. That we have the ideology demonstrated itself on several levels. We have people who were like a former socialists, like let's say Dr. Rychecki, who has been since the 1990s. He was a general prosecutor, immediately after revolution. And he had a very important legal role since then, overall until now, still have a role of the Constitutional Court. So this is one layer. There are just simply lawyers who are trained as legal positivists, and they just cannot really go beyond the print of the law. Avi Tucker had an article about that. There's a structural issue, which, people would say, oh, there's the communist parties in the parliament, and you're prosecuting the communists, what are you doing, and this is, again, ideological in terms of this human rights activism, which tried to, portray after the 1990s, communism as a matter of freedom of expression. So those measures which were taken as illustration, against people who were part of the apparatus of the communist regime, the human rights community frame it as a violation of their freedom of expression and violation of their labor laws, labor rights. And then the one more reason ideological is the kind of anti-communism, which was in the 1990s, this type of loose canons, the historians who were able to say anything which would, give them publicity or moment on TV, and that was also a problem, because the level of evidentiary, background they were operating with was horrendous, and replications what they were saying were even more horrendous, like saying secret police were just state within the state, and then nobody could do anything. And the issue is that it was not like that. There was district level political apparatchik who was responsible for the political management of the secret police, and these people were not really any moment prosecuted. But what is important is in those loose canons shows was that by saying that they were state within the state, and that they whitewashed the political responsibility of these people who were giving commands to the secret police, to a large extent, and all these type of things where here and there. This is just one case, So there was no prosecution for a lot of ideological reasons, and why there was no disclosure, why we know very little. I would say this is not really that much to do with anything. I mean, if somebody is not convicted, I mean, it must be presumed innocent. So this is, we cannot just say, based on somebody saying, oh, okay, this person did this or that. So there's a right to privacy, and then we need to respect that.
Yeah, I would also add to Christopher that the lives of the others, what it brought was not just to show that the agent had lost his job, and okay, that's one thing, and it's certainly made some people happy. But I think the main input of the film was to describe the suffering of the people, and that's what the East Germans had really complained about in the reunified Germany, is that the West Germans did not take their suffering seriously, and they thought it was a joke. They thought, they were not really doing anything under communism. They were like not working really hard, enjoying themselves, and this regime was not really serious, and the repression was not really serious. So that's what they felt anyway. And so for them, it was really something new and something really pleasant for them to show to the West Germans, and the West Germans understood it, that their lives was not always fun, and actually the ubiquitous presence of the secret police was something that's really hard, to bear for them. So I think that was the main input of the film, not so much the little bit of justice that happened in the way of the guy losing his job. And as to that was crucially important, I would say. And the other aspects, the financial aspect, so I think that Raoul was absolutely right. And again, because the aim was so political, was really to put the whole communist system on trial, was really to put the whole country on trial, to show that that the Czechs had, terribly suffered under this regime. And then we forgot, minor details such as, again, the individual responsibility of people. And it would have been much easier to show, as Petro rightfully said, that they had enriched themselves. And this would have been maybe not the ideal justice that the new system was dreaming of, but it would have been a certain form of justice to put these guys in jail, if only for that. But this did not happen, because the overall vision of justice was so ideological and was so political, in fact, that such personal responsibilities were completely not taken into account, which is really a terrible pity. Yeah, and I have a question for Roman. I was wondering, what reactions did your book, or both of your books, provoke with Czech historians, if any?
No reactions. I mean, I'm not connected to the Czech society. I doubt that even people know me in the Czech Republic, that I exist. So, so that's, this is how it is. I had a talk in the Academy of Science, Czech Academy of Science, about the book, book talk, which was my first talk in the Czech Republic in 20 years. So I had, I just kind of I don't know, what should I do? I mean, I'm just going, look at my book, and just, and can you give me your opinion? I mean, if the book exists, I mean, as an author, am I responsible for it, for its propagation? I am. So I'm trying to give a talk, when I'm invited to. So instead of presenting my research, I'm trying to sell, as a matter of self-respect, my own work, which I did, but not really something that, yeah.
The thing is,
so no,
sorry,
nobody knows.
Yeah, I think the problem, so to speak, which I think there's no problem, because your book is great and it should be read by historians. But one thing is the disciplinary boundaries in the Czech Republic are very strong. So historians don't read sociologists, and sociologists don't read historians, and neither reads political scientists, and vice versa, which is really a terrible pity. But another thing is, because your approach is not historical in that sense, you're not fulfilling the post-communist narrative of democracy is wonderful and communism was terrible, which should be, what we historians are supposed to do. And I guess since it's not your primary aim, there's little chance that historians are going to read your book, unfortunately. But yeah, I would like to change that myself. And yeah, if I can, I will invite you to have them discuss about it, because that's really, I think, a pity.
Yeah. I'm happy to be put on trial for it, so just, I will defend myself rigorously.
Yes, Katarina.
Thank you very much both for excellent presentations. This was so thought-provoking, and I believe that I will be actually tying my talk quite a lot to both of what you were saying about the part of the participation of judiciary and why some of these more general features of transitional justice did not work. Just jumping on this discussion, I completely agree with Muriel that it's not only the trouble of interdisciplinarity in the Czech Republic, but I feel that this particular field of transitional justice is really suffering here, because it's not really taking as the field which would belong to either political science or law. It's just somehow this weird community, very small community of people pursuing these topics. But apart from that, I was just wondering, to Roman, it's really astonishing and very important implications for how we think about transitional justice and which measures and mechanisms might potentially important. I was just wondering what it does, or I have this concept in mind for a long time about the visibility of transitional justice towards the society. And I was wondering how those people who would not necessarily identify with either victims or perpetrators, the grades of people who maybe did not even recognize to what extent their liberties and freedoms and rights were violated under the communist regime, whether you would still say that the reconciliatory measures or those that were actually aimed at victims helped the overall reconciliation and sort of coming to terms of the society with the communist regime. Because my feeling was that what actually happened in the Czech Republic is that because the transitional justice was mostly done via courts, because they were the actors who were actually implementing those reconciliatory, reparatory measures, restitutions, and so on and so forth, it sort of also was not very visible and understandable to the whole society.
That's, yeah, I mean, what I should say about the role, first you asked me about feasibility of transitional justice and in particular role of apologies. I believe that, you know, the evidence for apologies is overwhelming. It's just in all countries I have ever worked and did any survey, apologies were most effective, but not only as a measure for reconciliation, but also for justice. I mean, the victims really, they are, you know, they are craving for it. You know, this is something for, you know, the acknowledgement that, you know, their life had sense, you know, because they sacrificed so much. And so for the victim, it's very, very important. And I mean, for the rest of society, it's a learning experience as well. So apology is fantastic because it establishes also individual responsibility, and not only this, it is also a measure which is transformative, yeah, which has, you know, is based on this kind of a dissociation of oneself, you know, that the person is, you know, trying to, you know, dissociate his own present behavior from the past behavior, yeah. So this is very, you know, this is the Augustinian, you know, based, you know, hate the sin but love the sinner, you know, essentially. The kind of apology is supposed to work on this kind of dimension, you know, that the sinner is identified with the sin unless he breaks, you know, this kind of a chain, the identification with repentance. And so we have this issue of apology, which has really huge potential as a transformative potential, you know, not only as a kind of a learning for society, not important only for victims, but, you know, it shows that the perpetrators are transforming. And I'm doing a finished last year a huge survey in Korea and Japan about the topic of apologies. I try to, you know, look at, you know, different dimensions of apologies, different wordings, different things, because there's a new development in methodology which allows me to play with this like that. And it's fascinating to see how apology might be really, really effective in post-conflict settings. So this will be my answer. And if you want to know about gray zone, I devoted a sub-chapter to the gray zone in my book on lustration. And so there's a fascinating survey and an interview which I mentioned about with a member of ODS. You know, it is fascinating because she's so inconsistent in her answers, and that I came to this concept of something motivated by Hannah Arendt, banality of gray zone, in which I see the, you know, it's gray zone is, you know, these people are in total lack of self-reflection. They never see themselves that did anything wrong in the past. This is the fascinating thing which I found in this interview, and it is statistically supporting. There's a statistically significant result which shows that former communists agree with a statement that former communists should be dismissed from office. It is absolutely great, paradox, and it works in the Czech Republic, only. It doesn't work in Poland and Hungary. I look at it as well in the illustration book. Okay, sorry, Pavel.
Thank you. By the way, I forgot to say that I found your notion of energy really, really important. We never, and I don't know how to conceptualize exactly, but the energy of the people to fight about the past is actually a crucial thing. How much are they ready to invest in this redressment? It's really, yeah. I don't know how to deal with it yet, but it's a good notion to keep in mind. Jesse, you had a question?
I had a question about, which actually is linked to Katarina's, about compensation, because your findings in the Czech Republic are that compensation was important for victims, and overall the literature of transitional justice says that compensation's importance differs depending on the wealth of the victims, or depending on the socioeconomic status of the victims. So usually in poor countries or among victims of poor status, compensation matters more than it does in cases such as in Argentina, and it's also linked to the types of crimes and so on. I was just wondering whether in your research, was there any, when you were doing the surveys and the research with victims, in which cases did compensation matter more, and how much linked was it to other transitional justice matters? You just mentioned apologies, so that's quite linked to it as well. On its own, in which cases in your research in the Czech Republic did compensation matter the most for victims or less, and how did that differ? Because my own research was in Bosnia, and I had various variables and assumptions and hypotheses when and how compensation matters, and then tease that out. But I just wanted to, it would be great to have the comparative with the Czech Republic, because I found quite a lot of differences among individual cases.
Shall I answer it?
Yes, I think it's addressed to you.
So so I found that it's very important factor for victims' sense of overcoming their consequences of the communist regime, the psychological and other consequences, and then the mechanism which facilitates that is that it's more access to health services, etc. So they had subsidized spas, for example, but they just need to put a little bit, like their own money, and it is kind of a obviously bring some health benefits. It has also important aspect on this kind of the feeling of integration in society. So because it has this kind of a feeling for we need to see that it is also a very significant predictor, the most significant predictor as well, the financial compensation for that variable, and it is because political prisoners, they were seen as second-class citizens. Yeah, suddenly they had been compensated, and suddenly they are kind of elevated, with all those benefits that it brings. That they can take train in the first class, because they are retired and they pay a little, or something. This makes, these are very small things, symbolic, but this is very, very important for them. In my research in South Africa, financial compensation was very important. I started to actually work on the concept of deficiencies, which maybe at a certain point I will get back to it, because the concept of victims' needs is a very problematic concept, because different victims have different needs, and so we need to distinguish between victims which have different deficits. So something like female-headed household, a wife of a widow of a human rights activist killed in South Africa, will have a different type of, motivations, maybe more economic motivations than somebody else who's, some other, let's say, mother of an activist whose son disappeared. Yeah. So one would be needed more economic support. The other one would be in need of truth. So I try to bring this concept of truth deficiencies and also this kind of a economic, and there was one more. It's years I've been working in South Africa. I was working in South Africa. So so different victims are different, and then in poorer countries, obviously they would like to get some compensation. And in South Africa, it was just a shambolic. They promised them, you will get 20,000. So okay, great, I will get 20,000. So they borrowed, so say 10,000 or all this 20,000. Yeah, they expected they would get it back, but they never got this amount of money. It was just a proposal. This was. So it is a horrendous situation for the victims. Imagine, you are expecting support, and then you don't get it. So this is a very difficult situation. Sorry, took it too much.
At the same time, I completely agree with you. But at the same time, in Germany, for instance, they got a lot more money than anywhere else in other post-communist countries, and still they were dissatisfied. So. They got compensations and reparations on a scale that was absolutely, incomparable with, Czechoslovakia, Poland, Slovakia, whatever, Hungary. And still they felt like, their suffering was not recognized, that they didn't get, nothing could compensate for what they went through, in other words. So not to say that victims shouldn't get anything because it doesn't help. I'm not saying this at all, but just to say that it's difficult to feel satisfied with any forms of reparations in any case.
Can I just have a super quick one? I know Lara wants to ask a question, but I have a super quick one. So in the Bosnian case, what was really interesting is because everything else has failed for the victim. So the compensation in a way was like a proxy to some level of recognition, because the moment you compensate someone, you have indirectly and implicitly recognized the fact that they were harmed. So for a lot of victims, the compensation in a way, yes, the finances definitely matter because a lot of them are actually quite poor or super poor. But what mattered even more was that it implicitly meant that they were recognized, that their suffering was recognized by the state.
Yeah, I would say even explicitly meant this, because this is this is really irrevocable admission that injustice occurred. Money is just clear signal that somebody is a victim. Yeah. So the symbolic measure here is very important. Very, it has profound symbolic dimension. Yeah. This is I agree. This is not only about compensation. Is not only about money, but it's about really status. But it also had a negative aspects, in communities, which I found in the Czech Republic, because, they are just feeling, oh, this guy, he just, who knows who was doing in jail, but now he gets so much money, for compensation, and so it's difficult,
The same in both.
Leah, you had a question?
And I apologize today. I will need to be on and off because I'm trying to deal with something simultaneously. I just wanted to get into this discussion and to say, David, that I partially don't agree with you, not with compensations and not about the apologies, because whatever you're saying, you're right. Yeah, I mean, the symbolic recognition is the most important aspect, and Jason said that, and I think that we all agree that this symbolic aspect of being recognized, being part of coming back to your own society is the most important thing. Apologies are really, I think, in many aspects problematic because they became such a easy way to get out from a bad situation. There are even there is a huge research project in Belfast that they're doing about different official apologies, not only about human abuses, but also about poor banking system, things like that. And they actually developed a whole manual, and in a way this feeds into, and here I go back also to this compensation issue, why I think it is not actually a good measure to start with or to introduce, not only because it actually also really pushes different groups of people into this competition over victimhood to prove I'm better, I deserve more. And by the way, this is one of the greatest measures of each or different states to disconnect different victims by allocating different benefits. So, you will get this and you will get this, and suddenly they cannot present a unified narrative. But that aside, apologies, as well as this issue of compensation, should be seen, I think, as very linked to our very narrow neoliberal thinking, in a way that every single thing that, every single past event we can put into, we can monetize it, we can find a value that is appropriate, and then this is how we are going to put it aside. So I think that it actually just narrows down our vision or vocabulary or imagination, what could be done instead of that. I think it is just, I understand that for many poor communities, reparation or compensation is a huge issue, but it does not solve anything. It should not be called like that. People should get their money through different mechanisms, because this, in my opinion, has much more bad side effects than positives. And here I will stop. Just not.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, this is a ultimately we need to recognize that the perfect justice is not possible, and it's hard to put a value on a loss of opportunities, loss of years of freedom, or loss of a loved one. And so it's very, very, very difficult thing. And the same thing with apologies. Apologies are devised to deal with something that they cannot undo. So this is a big limitation, of all justice measures. Actually, I agree with you. We cannot really. We need to recognize this limitation, or there's a kind of our pride of neoliberalist thinking or something like this.
If I may add just one more point about apologies. It really matters who is apologizing. Let's say in any context, we can talk about Australia, Canada, Serbia, Germany. If we have a political figure who is apologizing for the deeds that were done in the name of that, let's say Serbian, German, whatever nation, what it reinforces is the category of nation, and often the category of ethnicity, in which name the actually atrocities were committed. So actually what you're doing, you're collecting people under the same category that you want to dissemble in a way to say, no, we are not supposed to do those crimes in the name of this category, but actually we all need now to stand under this umbrella and to say, actually, yes, well, I belong to a German nation. I think this is utterly wrong, and it goes against anything that has to do with a pure, again, ideal vision of human rights, where that should not be a main category. If you offer your apology, and I know this will not make sense, and it does not make sense, but to go with the logic of human rights, you need to offer an apology as human beings that committed something to other human beings. That is actually pure essence of human rights. Everything else, we are going or leaning back into nationalism. And I think we don't talk about it enough. Again, maybe I'm here and I have an extremist point of view, but I think really that actually doesn't make sense. There is no logic to do that because you just reinforce the category that you wanted actually to eliminate from this story.
This is a very good point. I wrote a paper about the utility of International Criminal Tribunal for former Yugoslavia. I did experiment in Croatia and tried to look at, examine essentially whether this court is able to establish individual responsibility, because they always say about this. So is this, because it's international, is it supposed to go to destroy the kind of a shell of this nation state on the national prism or the social identity, this kind of unfortunately the results were rather not. It's actually, I mean, they were doing better than the national courts in that sense, but they were still quite behind. So the point is that different measures may have different, ability to destroy the shell of the nation state and the kind of the collective identity. And so and obviously it's difficult. We also need to see this type of a situation that somebody who is we can see it in the kind of German-Czech relations. The issue is very very sensitive, simply because there is a certain asymmetry also between these two countries. There's a huge power, which is bigger in size, not only in population but also economically superior, and then the Czech Republic. Yeah. So here, this type of things would be very difficult for the to move forward. But definitely we need to acknowledge this various dimensions. We need to see, okay, we need to list them and then measure them, examine them, and try to find the best way forward. This is something which me as a worker of social science would do.
Okay, thank you so much. I think we should close the session now. We're a little bit late, not that it matters greatly, but we should start the following session. So I will introduce Michal. Michal Loach is a PhD candidate in the field of contemporary European cultural history at the Faculty of Humanities in Charles University in Prague. The topic of his research is an oral history of the Czechoslovak political prisoners from the 1950s to nowadays. And since 2017, he works at the Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes in Prague. So we are colleagues. He's a co-author of the book Prison as the Mirror of Society in 2021 that deals with the transformation of the Czech prison system since 1965. And also the author of a volume that just appeared about the hidden burials of victims of Nazism and Stalinism at the Diablice Cemetery in Prague. Michal, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. The aim of my presentation is to discuss the attitudes of the former Czechoslovak political prisoners from the 1950s to the different measures of transitional justice, or in their words, dealing with communism. I'm looking on this topic mainly from the perspective of leadership of the Confederation of the political prisoners. In short, I will use the term the Confederation for it. This was the biggest association and still is until now, it also had a significant influence on individual reconciliation and identity of its members. My research is mainly based on the internal journals of the Confederation and oral historical field work with participant observation. There is a paradox that although Czech Republic implemented one of the most comprehensive policies in dealing with the past, after the Velvet Revolution, the Confederation mostly presented them as lost opportunity or failure. Apparently, this is because it unsuccessfully promoted stricter policies than were finally adopted. As I read in an article from Roman David, that the groundwork for transitional justice in the Czech Republic was laid down within the first 3 years of political reforms during the period of 1990 and 1993. On the other hand, the political prisoners journals are full of criticism. The situation in these years is described as stolen, fake revolution, helping the former communists to keep their influence on society. For example, Miloš Slabák, who was the head of Confederational Political Commission, even wrote that the left-wing composition of parliament and government has prevented any dealing with the past in the years 1990 and 1992. So it's quite different view. The rehabilitations allowed social rehabilitation and financial compensation of victims. Confederation initiated the whole process and later criticized that people were rehabilitated as a group without solving their individual cases, without punishment of perpetrators, and questioning legitimacy of the communist dictatorship. There were also more than 200,000 rehabilitated persons in 1992, but also 25,000 unsolved so-called outstanding punishments for non-political crimes like murder, done in context of resistance against the dictatorship. The Confederation refused these outstanding punishments because the resistance sometimes has to be violent, in their words, and that demand satisfaction. They demanded satisfaction and not some grace from society. But only rehabilitated people were, on the other hand, allowed to be members of the Confederation at the same time. Another problem was the legal continuity with dictatorship. Leoš Žídek, one of the leaders of the KPV, and many other members of the organization wrote that Czech Republic cannot be a legal state until there is a legal continuity with communism. This is their understanding of the situation. The Confederation was successful or agreed with used measures in some different areas. Czechoslovakia was the first country to approve a lustration law. Confederation understood lustrations as a tool for cleansing society and defense of democratic state against the ex-communists or compromised people. There was also a strong belief that the communists have infiltrated all parties and institutions and are preparing to regain control. In this context, we can understand that the Confederation wanted some extensions of lustration, for example, to all school teachers and school authorities, for example. The topic of lustration was also connected with restricted access to the security services files and exposure of secret informers. The Confederation strongly supported the idea that only opening archives itself should solve many problems of society. As their journals published in 1999 wrote, what prevents full declassification, let the 50s speak and let the nation finally know who was who. The law about anti-communist resistance was the core topic for the Confederation since 1990, and the acknowledge of resistance was considered the only way to morally correct the nation for the future. the Confederation and the Christian Democratic Party prepared a bill which was refused in Parliament in 1992. The members of Parliament possibly had problem even with the term resistance. And another problem may be that the bill was widely based on the law about the anti-fascist resistance from the 1945. In that context, not only fighters against the dictatorship were considered as resistance members, but also all the victims, internees, opponents of military service, and politically active members of exile. Also, the benefits for recognized resistance members were enormous in that bill. For example, all of them had right for rehabilitation, compensation, increased pensions, free of charge special medical treatment, allocation of a social flat, priority in work and school allocation, or faster career advancement. Moreover, these rights could be inherited by a relative in case of death of its bearer. And here we must consider that there will be about 100,000 or more people with such benefits. But this bill was unsuccessful in Parliament. The failure of the law in Parliament was a great disappointment for the former prisoners. The political commission leader Miloš Slabák later noted, if politicians dealt with the past vigorously, they could address more important issues sooner and the moral devastation of the nation would be less. The Confederation therefore launched a new initiative called the Kolín Challenge to gain more public support for the law which should finally clean the state from Bolsheviks in their view, or some kind of communist way of thinking. First of all, the city of Kolín recognized the anti-communist resistance in February 1992. This decision was presented as a challenge for other cities. As former political prisoner Vaněk noted, such an opportunity will not be repeated, so let's take it. The challenge was very successful, and within a year, more than 40 cities recognized the resistance until February 1993. On the other hand, the support of these cities had its limits. They supported the local branches of the Confederation, passed diplomas and some money to its members, recognizing them as members of resistance, or supported adding memorial plaques and memorials dedicated to the victims of communism in public space, not so much for fighters against it. But for example, we have not any public space or place like streets or squares named after anti-communist resistance until now. They were closed once in 1994. The local branch of Confederation from Trutnov enthusiastically informed an article about the renaming of a bridge in a small city Úpice after the third resistance. But in fact, it was a mistake, and the bridge was renamed after the anti-fascist resistance from the Second World War. But they participated on event of renaming of the bridge. The activities around the Kolín Challenge probably helped to pass the act on illegality of the communist regime and on the resistance against it. This law, among other things, explicitly condemned the regime and acknowledged the resistance against it. The Confederation leadership thought they had achieved their most important goal and wrote about a great victory for democratic forces. They assumed that the law would help ban the Communist Party and punish the perpetrators. The idea soon arose that commemorative plaques with the main points of the law should be allocated in all official buildings and some offices too. So the ordinary citizens would be informed about the criminal nature of communism, and no one would say that the communist times used to be good in any way. They considered even such details like material of the memorial plaques, which should be from glass for small offices and metal or bronze for larger ones. But the idea ended soon because finally Confederation found out that this law was only declaratory and mostly symbolically. condemning the communist regime with limited influence on their goals. Confederation consequently started giving their own internal third resistance medal to some of its members, and the real law about the anti-communist resistance was not adopted until 2011. Yes, it was a great victory, but it also caused many problems, like dissatisfaction with the pace of processing applications, the clash of prisoners' own self-concepts and the views of historians, making on their cases, or the discovery of problematic chapters from the past of many applicants. The law brought satisfaction only for a part of the former prisoners. We can see that the Confederation was not successful in enforcing some of its key demands. In addition to recognizing the anti-communist resistance, there were also fundamental demands to ban the Communist Party and punish the perpetrators, even after symbolically condemning the communist regime by the law in 1993. The Communist Party was not banned and gained significant support as a protest party, which culminated in 2002 election when the Communist Party gained more than 18%. And also the Communist Party resisted any self-reflection of its past, which made the former prisoners angry, or how to say it. The society was also not successful in punishing the perpetrators, and unsatisfactory with democracy was the result. As former prisoner Miloš Slabák wrote, ironically, in 1993, no one was punished, but instead we were hammered with phrases about the rule of law. So there was some disappointment that the new state wasn't able to punish all perpetrators soon. The political prisoners then, from time to time, supported two ways to deal with this problem. The first solution was establishing of an international court for crimes of communism, inspired by the Nuremberg trials after the Second World War. In 1995, the Confederation Journal wrote that the organization should join the International Committee for the Final Settlement of Communism, Nuremberg II, established in June 1995 in Warsaw. And also in 2010, there was a conference on which Confederation participated, calling for the establishment of an international criminal court for communism. But I think these ideas remained only with these declarations. The second solution was creating of some so-called moral tribunal as a parallel structural justice. This idea appeared in 1992 as a part of previously mentioned bill about the anti-communist resistance. It was presented as a tool for evaluating of criminal responsibility of the highest representatives of totalitarian power for the decline of moral, social, economic, and political values in Czechoslovakia. The idea of moral tribunal reappeared in 2009. Leo Žídek several times presented the whole idea to the Confederation members. In his view, the moral tribunal was to be composed of historians, lawyers, judges, and witnesses to the crimes of communism uncompromised by the former regime. The tribunal was to examine the activities not only of communist officials, judges, security authorities, members of people's militia, military officials, but also public figures, including the culture and sports field. Crimes of living and deceased criminals should be revealed, in their words, and published after a trial so that the public knows what to avoid in the future. The proceedings of moral tribunal should be public. The participation of the accused voluntary and judgments only virtue. Also, the moral tribunal remained unrealistic idea to this day. And Now the conclusion: failure to meet the Confederation's key requirements in dealing with communism led to a greater involvement of the organization in memorial policies and significantly affected identity of its disappointed members. It also promoted the victim-centered view of the past. Also, their constant polarization and disappointment made the reconciliation more difficult for the former prisoners. The Political Prisoners magazine contained many resolutions and articles of the danger of the return of communism and the perpetrators deriding them. There are also shifts and reductions in identity of former prisoners to fit into the pattern of the fighters and moral role models for the nation and the national conscience, which should help the organization to promote their goals. In that view, all political prisoners were conservative, right-wing, and from the first moment recognizing the evil nature of communism. Those who were victims didn't fit into this picture. Many of them also kept secrets that they were left-wing or members of Communist Party or forced to cooperate. People couldn't be very open about their past in the organization. It was difficult and dangerous somehow. For example, one of my narrator, Wo's father, was officially recognized as a resistance member by the Ministry of Defense, was even expelled from the Confederation because his father was policeman and also shortly member of the Communist Party. So even he was recognized as a member of resistance. The Confederation didn't allow him to stay as a member. I would like to end my contribution by quoting a speech of Zdeněk Slavík, former political prisoner from a national meeting of prisoners in 1996. It turned out again that as political prisoners, we missed our great opportunity in November 1989. We were supposed to influence the transfer of power in the state in a more drastic way. We had the opportunity to realize all our ideals, for which we went into active resistance against the violence imposed by communism. As an organization of political prisoners, we were satisfied with the social program, the effort to provide financial compensation. That was a big mistake. According to political experts, before the first elections, we had such an organized political force at our disposal as no political movement or political party at the time, but we didn't use it. So we can see that the reconciliation was quite hard and complicated in this atmosphere. So and this is end of my paper. And, just to give word to Muriel.
Okay, thank you so much. Can you put yourself on mute because it's, oh, okay, it seems to be. Thank you so much, Michael. This was so depressing. It's terrible, but really excellent presentation, thank you. Katarina, I think we'll go straight to you and we'll discuss later the two papers together. Oh, so wait, let me introduce you. Katarina Shipulova is the head of the Judicial Studies Institute at Masaryk University in Brno. She earned her PhD in European Studies at Masaryk University and an MSc degree in Social Legal Research at the University of Oxford. Her research activities are centered on courts, judicial independence, transitional justice, and democratization of the Central and Eastern European countries. She currently participates under a research project Infinity, which means informal judicial institutions and democratic decay. Apart from this academic work, she worked as the head of the analytical department of the Supreme Court of the Czech Republic and provided consultation to the Czech Ministry of Justice and the Slovak Ministry of Finances mostly in projects targeting the rule of law and international commitment. Now, Katarina is the only person among the participants of this conference that I did not know personally, or whose work I had not read before the start of the conference. And so the reason why she's here is that she's presenting together with David Kosach, who could not make it today, whose work I have read and appreciated very much. But this being said, now that I see your pedigree and I heard you in this conference, I'm absolutely delighted that this workshop gave us the opportunity to have you, because your work seems absolutely fascinating, and I'm greatly looking forward to reading it. And meanwhile, I give you the word.
Thank you very much for the very kind introduction, Muriel. Exactly, it's definitely important to say that this is the work we are working on together with David Kosach, who is also the person standing behind all these projects on the democratic decay and informal judicial institutions. So let's immediately start for the brighter topics in my presentation. But my presentation deals with the paper we started writing on the illustration of judges in the Czech Republic and overall transitional justice mechanisms which are trying to deal with the communist past of the judges. And the question we are posing is whether what we know from transitional justice can actually address the communist past and legacy of the judges, whether we can actually purge the judicial systems and what are the obstacles. And we are trying to come up with a theory of a transitional judicial independence, but I will get into that. So first we started with the recognition that the majority of literature sort of takes judges only as a second order actors, right? The ones that are implementing the transitional justice decisions. We do analyze the jurisprudence of the courts, obviously we do, but we don't think about the totalitarian past of judges all that much, about what role they actually played in the non-democratic regimes and here in the communist regimes. All that while, we know that in Latin America, there are already some studies suggesting that actually the engagement of judges with the past regimes influences very much how they later on decide on transitional justice, how they execute and implement these political measures that are implemented by the new coming democratic elites. So it's incredibly important to understand what role in every country judges actually played on the how loyal they were to the previous totalitarian regimes and how they later on decide and execute the transitional justice. In the Central and Eastern Europe, we thought that it's even more important because of the very low prestige and public confidence in post-communist courts and judiciaries. And also because we have seen repeatedly in Poland, Hungary, that right now the populist leaders, even 30 years after the transition, actually like to use the communist past of the judiciaries as the wild card, without any factual recognition whether we still have communist judges sitting at the courts or not. It is because of this invisibility of how we dealt with communist judges, it is still sort of used to turn the public and the citizens against their own judiciary and judges. But that being said, we are also saying that there are some challenges how to implement the mechanisms we have in transitional justice to judiciaries compared to other elites, especially political elites, because judges usually played very different roles in the committing the violations of individual rights. The purges of judiciary and cleanses of judiciary actually do clash with principles of judicial independence, and they do twist the principles of separation of powers. There are practical exigencies as well. High turnover can have a very negative impact on the quality of decision-making, can be prevented by the shortage of judges many of these countries actually faced. Shortage of educated lawyers who could actually be untamed by the previous regime. And then there is also a danger of weakening the new rule of law institutions. If you purge very severely, you can create actually a vulnerability and ironically capture the new created judicial system by the existing coming political elite, which can also preset a very negative example. We interestingly see this in Ukraine right now, where while the illustration of judges was welcomed by majority of international and endorsed by majority of international organizations, right now the opinion is changing a little bit and suggesting that actually it might instate or consolidate negative practices and vicious circles of court packing for future. Because of all this, we are saying that in some countries, because of the role of courts in the previous regimes and the role of courts and their importance in transitional justice, the general transitional justice mechanisms are not well equipped to solve the complicity and involvement of judges in past crimes. But how it was actually in the Czech Republic. So sometimes we read in the scholarship, and I'm pretty sure that it's not necessary to explain here in this group, but overall the Czech lustration is considered to be very thorough and comprehensive. And we know that judiciary was also targeted by the lustration laws here. But as we are showing in our work, it was actually not very successful. It may be important to start this whole section by explaining a little bit the characteristics and the context of the Czech judicial system. Both the Czechoslovak one and then the Czech one after 1993 belongs to the civil law family group, very heavily influenced by Austrian and German legal culture. The system as such has three very important features. The first one is that both Czechoslovakia and Czech Republic actually adopted so-called career model of the judiciary. And that's incredibly important to how the system was able or unable to transform. The career model of the judiciary means that the judges are actually, the new judges are entering the system at a very young age, usually right after the law school. They are starting at the very bottom of the hierarchy, and usually during the time work their way up. They typically stay in the judiciary for the whole length of their professional career without experience from other fields. This also, however, means that they are inbred, there is a lot of inbreeding happening, and these young post-school legal clerks who are starting at the court and eventually become judges are actually educated, socialized, and really inbreeded by their older peers. The communist and young Czech judiciary also rested on two pillars, the control executed by the Ministry of Justice and court presidents, who played very, very important role in the formation of the system. And the system is sometimes described as so-called hierarchical ideal of officialdom. So it has a very clear structure and extensive control of the lower levels of the judiciary, the first instance courts, by the higher positioned apex courts. During the communist era, especially after 1948, the Communist Party executed a very grand-scale court-packing plan. All courts existing pre the communist coup d'etat were abolished and scrutinized, which actually allowed the Communist Party to pack the newly established court by loyal people to them. Another aspect of the loyalty were the lay judges, who had majorities in the court right after the 1948. Moreover, there were state courts established to execute the show. There was a state court established to execute the show trials of the regime. So the entire judicial system was remodeled by the Communist Party, and the regime had absolute control over judges in all areas of the law. Once the regime finished with this very abusive part, judges were already an important weapon for the Communist Party. They were sufficiently trained. There were sufficient number of the communist judges very loyal to the system, to the party, to the state. So the regime actually switched into a more standard model of judicial governance. It didn't necessarily need, it reduced the role of lay judges, for example, restored some aspect of the judicial autonomy, particularly because there was already a very high level of the socialized aspect of the loyalty somehow inherently present in the system. After the normalization after 1968, there were again some profound purges in the judiciary, but more or less we can say that recalcitrant judges were transferred to the rural areas, or they were moved out of the judiciary completely, and the judiciary was kept loyal, mostly due to the control of the court presidents and due to the control of the general prosecution over the judiciaries. So we have a semi-autonomous system, but working for the benefit and for the interest of the party. Party doesn't have anymore to execute purges or any vicious control, but has its actors and agents who are making sure that the judges are acting in the interest of the state. This system, the structural system of how the judiciary works, was sustained after the end of communism as well. The specific mindset of judges, the informal channels, informal networks, informal practices, the inbreeding of the new generations of judges, this was not transformed right after the end of the communism. So the question, obviously, the new elites were faced with was what to do with this huge amount of judges in the system who were socialized in this way. There were a couple of quick and urgent fixes right after the Velvet Revolution. Obviously, depriving Communist Party of its role in the appointment and dismissal of judges. The oversight of the general prosecution was abolished. The system of election of judges was changed, and there was introduced a new appointment scheme. The new law on courts and judges ended the discretion of the Ministry of Justice in relocation, demotion of judges, and of the possibility to dismiss judges, for example, on the ground of poor health and various very arbitrary conditions. Eliška Wagnerová is also describing a huge exodus of judges happening in the very first 3 years of the federation. 484 judges out of 1,460 actually left the judiciary within the 3 years. But she is also saying that this depopulation of judiciary was actually a problem for the new government because of the lack of new judges who were well educated and could step in. And she's suggesting that this exodus was not due to retributive measures, disciplinary criminal proceedings or lustration. These were in majority the judges who left on their own will because they knew that they would be possibly facing troubles, and that's the majority of those who left, because they were just simply motivated by the easy bonanza of the private career as attorneys. So they joined in majority the Bar Association. So the dilemma of the new government was how to settle this, and the overall approach selected by the government was the so-called to fill the old bottles with the new wine and produce as many new bottles of the wine as possible. So basically keep the structure more or less and just manage to eventually fill it with new people. The framework of the mechanisms the government was using to change and clean the judiciary were actually 5 different mechanisms. The first one was reappointment of judges, second, reappointment of court presidents, disciplinary trials, criminal trials, and finally lustration. The reappointment of communist era judges started already in 1990, and actually it was the parliament who was very adamant and criticized Ministry of Justice for insufficient cleansing of the judiciary. So it was known, and the new democratic parties knew the importance of cleaning the judiciary, purging the judiciary, and actually raising the public trust of the new democratic society. However, the parliament failed. So the first problem was that the Ministry of Justice at that time convinced successfully majority of MPs that judges were just the small cogs in the system, just small cogs in the whole wheel of the communist regime, and it is not the top priority to actually change, to achieve the personal change in the judiciary. And then the parliament was sort of not incredibly active, and even dozens of judges who were meant to be re-elected, the parliament during the federal era actually failed to select new people who would fit the empty places there. The more thorough purges we have seen in the positions of court presidents were in 1990, 65 court presidents and vice presidents actually had to leave the system. The disciplining was a bit more promising. The law on courts and judges actually introduced disciplinary courts, which were able to dismiss judges for wrongdoing during the communist era and for incompetence. So this was meant to be a clear measure to hold communist era judges to account for their past behavior and for the lack of proper education. So in other words, to actually get rid of judges who had marked individuals as enemies of the state, sentenced them for freedom of political speech, for the publication of Charter 17.7, and so on and so forth. However, what we have seen is this mechanism, which was driven mostly by courts themselves, actually did not work because there was a huge tendency of the judges to protect their peers. This was very clearly seen, especially in the case law of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court, whose judges were actually in majority exchanged, so it was not the same people who were sitting there during the communist era, but still they were the judges who came from the communist judiciary and who were socialized in the very formalist way of interpreting the law. There are, if some of you are interested, I'm happy to send you the cases later on, but there are cases of the Supreme Court where the Minister of Justice was initiating disciplinary proceedings against judges who convicted the people distributing Charter 77. And the Minister of Justice was saying that, look, in this era, we already were the member party to International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. So these people had official guarantees of their political freedom of speech and opinion. But the Supreme Court judges were saying that how international law was interpreted in the socialist era, that meant that it was only the ministry who was bound by the international human rights commitment and not the courts. So even in this first democratic republic, Supreme Court did its best to actually very formally interpret the existing human rights commitment of the republic in order to protect their own peace. It is often said here in the Czech Republic that it was not the intention of the judges to really directly protect the communist regime and its protagonist, but their thinking about the law, the way how they were used to interpret, how they balance the interests of individuals and the interests of the state, and this mindset simply did not change with the new republic and the democracy. Lustration, well, judges, as I said, the judicial posts were categorized as so-called protected positions, which meant that the candidates had to be screened. Positively illustrated candidates were barred from becoming judges, and sitting judges who were positively illustrated were removed, obviously. There were two main problems. The first one, that actually communist judges were rarely in the position of those people who were targeted by the illustrations. They obviously they were not state agents, they didn't collaborate that much with the secret police, they were not members of the people's militia, right? Their position, their role in the system was a little bit different, and it was not well targeted by the illustration. The second problem was that many apex court judges actually boycotted the official orders, and they refused openly to submit the illustration certificates, arguing this is actually violating the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. So we had a lot of backlash and a lot of revolt on the part of judges to even complying with the whole idea of illustration. There were initiated many disciplinary motions against judges who refused to submit their illustration certificates, but this was all stopped once the federation was dissolved and the new republic, the new ministers of justice did not renew the disciplinary proceedings. So sort of the momentum and the activity died. And also, it didn't help that the judges knew the law, the procedural law, and the judges were the ones fighting very much back against illustration, arguing the lack of fair trial, the credibility of the files, and so on and so forth. I guess you all know the stories of the archives. And finally, Muriel was talking about this a little bit more, the criminal prosecution. There were provisions in the criminal law, but we did not have any criminal prosecution with judges, apart from Ludmila Brožová-Polednová, who was actually not the judge, was a lay judge in the process of Milada Horáková. So this mechanism was not, basically did not bring any effect whatsoever to purging and cleaning the judiciary. So what are we left with, right? 5 quite distinct mechanisms of transitional justice. We achieved in 1993 to get rid of 1/3 of the judges from the system, but majority of these actually left on a voluntary basis, and majority of them became very well-paid attorneys in the private sector. The high echelons actually remained among the communist era judges, not because the court presidents were, that's true, they were purged, they were removed from their offices by the Minister of Justice, and Paksa, the former president of Supreme Administrative Court, actually played a huge role in the exchange of the court presidents at the time. But the problem was that the younger judges who were from the communist era and who were already socialized in this communist style of thinking eventually became the new court presidents. And they just kept the very same line of decision making as their previous colleagues and peers. So sometimes Daniel King, for example, is talking about this inverse pyramid in the Czech judiciary. The higher you go to the higher level of the court, the more communist you actually do find there. There is a regular research of the Ministry of Justice. In 2005, we still have 25 active judges who were former members of the Communist Party. In 2018, only 13.5%, but 34 of those were, for example, at the High Court of almost 37% were the communist judges of the Supreme Court, 27% communist judges of the High Court. Obviously, membership of the Communist Party was not in any way criminalized or faced with purging and cleanses, but this is considered to be still lowering the public trust in the judiciary and preventing the judiciary to efficiently transform itself. This all brings, or we are starting here with the theory, so what to do with countries similar like the Czech Republic and how to actually achieve certain cleanse, symbolic or practical, of the judiciary, particularly because what I said, that if the transitional justice and cleanses of the judiciaries are not visible enough, we see some tendency of political leaders to play it as a wild card and to actually hijack the transitional justice and to convince the society that there is some need of the court packing, capturing, reforming the judiciary whatsoever. But the question is, under what circumstances can we actually justify structural reforms and change in behavioral patterns of judges and justify judicial purges? Sometimes judicial purges actually can be considered to belonging to regular court packing mechanisms. They are usually not conceptualized in that way, but they do achieve a similar effect to court packing. So the obviously big question is how to secure the legitimacy of the processes. Compared to mechanisms underseeing other elites, we think the transitional justice measures applied to judges are actually even more problematic because they impede upon the principles of judicial independence, rule of law, and they face more pragmatic challenges of the shortage of judges I described before. Interesting aspects are that even with the retention and reappointments of judges, the societies, for some reason, tend to still select the very same people from the previous regime. That's what was happening in the Czech Republic. We still have the tendency, and it was for years, to select for the top position the older judges who were actually members of the communist parties or who were already sitting there during the communist era. In Ukraine, after the lustration, which was implemented in 2014, the whole judiciary was removed. All co-presidents were removed from their offices, and the new government gave the court opportunity to completely anew select their own co-presidents. But I believe that in over 80%, the judges themselves actually choose the very same co-presidents as were there in the functions in the previous regime. This led us to believe that if the transitional justice processes and purges and cleanses of judiciary are left completely to judiciary itself, they are not going to be efficient. Unfortunately, that's the thing with majority of transitional justice measures and their execution. Disciplinary proceedings, criminal proceedings, the reappointments coming from the bottom up. So the big question is, so how to set it correctly? What are the mechanisms that would actually be working? How the judicial independence should be, should judicial independence be understood differently outside and inside of the transitional? Do we need the concept of transitional judicial independence, which would allow the political elites to completely pack the courts with new people and not to rely on the regular judicial processes, which would be more consistent with principles of separation of power and judicial independence? I am happy to end here with many questions and very happy to then discuss particular pieces more in the debate.
Okay, thanks a million. Yeah, I'm wondering all of a sudden what we have been doing for the past 30 years as historians or sociologists. You know, when in any case, your paper is really depressing, because if no matter what we do, the transitional justice will not happen if we leave it to the judges. Then, you know, it's like we're doing everything for nothing. So yeah, thank you. It's very depressing, but I loved your presentation. Do any of you start with questions? I see Roman, you raised your hand.
Actually, I have questions for both presenters, so thank you for your presentation. And I would like to ask, I start with Katarina, because she just completed her talk now. My question for her would be, you examine methods which are very difficult to implement in general. You know, removal of a judge, this is a very difficult, you know, issue in any democratic countries. But what I would be more interested is to see, you know, how the new institutions which were created happen to have former Communist Party members. How on earth, you know, that we have, you know, we mentioned High Court in Olomouc, but we have also other courts which were newly created because we had this very fortunate situation of dissolution of federal structures of Czechoslovakia. And so that gave a lot of opportunities to entirely do a second way of you know, creating new institutions. And so why this type of opportunities were not materialized? So that's my question to you. I have a question to Michal. I agree with your presentation. I mean, I just I have just one question which I would like to ask. What mistakes do you think, in your view, the Confederation of Former Political Prisoners made during the 1990s or later on?
Okay, so maybe Katarina, who was asked first, and then Michal.
Thank you very much. So it will bring me to one less depressing element, because there were some things that actually worked in the case of the Czech Republic. And speaking of the new institutions established, the one that definitely did work was the Constitutional Court. And there are plenty of political science theories on why the post-communist countries were compelled to create constitutional courts as a signal that there is at least one completely new judicial institution which would secure the balance between protection of individual rights, right, and the protection of the legal system as such. So the constitutional courts were also meant to refocus the attention from the legal system and its coherency, which was sort of guaranteed, or that's how the general court's judges perceived mostly their position and their role and task. So the constitutional court was there to actually be the symbol of the break, of the transition towards protection of individual rights. And that worked quite well because of the personalities, although some of the judges of the Constitutional Court actually do have communist past, but we know that one has to be very careful also when just have a blanket requirement what the communist past actually means. Some of these people were members of the party for a very, very short period of time. Then there were political prisoners and so on and so forth. But mostly it was court composed out of the dissidents, and it worked quite well. And it was the Constitutional Court who went into the judicial battle and judicial war with the Supreme Court for the very first 10 years of the existence of the Republic. And very slowly, by quashing down judgment after judgment in these individual rights protection cases, forced the Supreme Court together with the pressure of the Strasbourg Court to change the scope of the review of the law. The good question posed by Roman is why this did not work with the new other apex courts which were established in the Republic. And I think this was the combination of the fact that we really did not have that many good judges who would be automatically able to be appointed to top levels of the judiciary, and the fact that perhaps we did not give enough consideration to what would be the effect of the career model of the judiciary. That perhaps the policymakers at the time did not consider that just randomly drawing people from the judiciary who were working at lower courts for 10, 15 years, that they would still be sort of in this mindset of the communist judiciary. So my belief is that those measures of transitional justice we had at the time did not well address the particularities of the judiciary. So what are the features that actually made the judges so compliant with the communist regime, with the communist interpretation of the rule of law, if there even was any? And unfortunately, these people remained in the system and were drawn into the top institutions which were established after the revolution.
Yeah, thank you for your question. It's really hard to answer this. Well, I'm not sure if they could do something better to achieve their goals, because they did so much. They opened their own museums, supported plaques, collected support for the resistance law and etc. So they used so much energy to fulfill the goals of organization or to get justice, but somehow maybe even they were successful in some cases. They felt it as a failure. So they felt it's in something in fulfilling some goals, but if they were successful, they felt later that they felt somehow, or it didn't happen them to feel better. Maybe it's because the context of transformation in the 1990s. Maybe the society was had another problems to solve. That it was transformation of economics, and there were many other topics. So the political prisoners were not the number one topic for many people, and they had to work with it. So I'm not sure what could be better done by them, because they faced problems that the society didn't hear what they demanded, or there were reasons why their goals were not fulfilled. And it's hard to think what to say to somebody who spent years in prison, and I cannot tell him that he should feel better because something was done and something not. These people waited 40 years for opportunity to be recognized. So also maybe it's a question if it was possible for them to reconcile fully, or if it was possible after such a long time, when they developed quite strong identity as political prisoners, if it was even possible for them to heal completely. Yeah, so I'm sorry, I'm not sure if I'm saying this is interesting topic for discussion. What could be done better? But it's so hard for me to have some ideas.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? I don't see any, so I will ask one of my own, or make one small comment. I did an oral history of the town of Česká Velenice, and there was only one political prisoner / dissident there, who became the first mayor after the 1989 change. I think it's quite typical of what you're describing, is that he was so embittered by the useless fight for decades where he was completely alone, that yes, he benefited, he had a certain capital from it and benefited by being elected immediately after 89, but he lasted only a few years in the job, and then did not win the following election, and feels completely abandoned, and yeah, all these years of fights completely forgotten, to the prophet, who got elected after him, of course, the son of the former communist leaders of the town, so, and all the main functions of the town remained in the hands of former communists or of their descendants. So that's really difficult to handle. And at the same time, I must say, exactly like you're describing, he's so embittered and he's so radical in a way that it really does not make him nice. Like, he's not a nice person. Like, he's not an attractive person, let's put it this way, or he's not attracting sympathy just by his behavior. And which leads me to what you said about this this person who was expelled from the Confederation of Prisoners because his father was a policeman. I mean, this is a kind of a class origin search that is really so communist in its mentality, that makes it really hard again to feel any empathy for this kind of behavior. So I really also cannot imagine how can we, because I feel really sorry for the political prisoners in general, but at the same time, what they went through is so radical that they themselves have an attitude that is not really calling for sympathy, or often is not, let's put it this way. So it's really a extremely complicated human issue. And as to Katarina, I had a question. I was wondering how, so again, thank you for your excellent description. That really makes me want to quit my job and even stop trying, because it's so hopeless in a way. But I was wondering, how is the coexistence between the old judges and the new judges, and how is it evolved over time? I mean, do they, because they have this professional solidarity, so to speak. So how does it work with the different past and different values? So Michal, first, if you want to react. Michal?
Yes. Well, if you say that it's they were so harsh and so strict, the former prisoners, I think that it was problem for them in wider society, that the society maybe didn't accept or didn't hear for such a strong opinions how to deal with the past. Mm. I was also thinking about the role of maybe we can call them mnemonic warriors. I'm using the concept of Jan Kubik, like politicians and historians, and also some members of leadership of Confederation who used this topic or this opportunity to polarize the members of Confederation, like a tool for get more power. The leadership of Confederation was how to say it? Some actors in this process of dealing with communism, maybe it was good for them to keep keep the confederation polarized. But also it was nature in the context of society in the past 30 years. So I'm trying just to be very empathic for their feelings and what happened to them. But it was also very hard to meet people who were so angry and disappointed. And finally, when Confederation was successful, and the law about the third resistance was passed in 2011, the whole organization like imploded. Later, there were maybe three groups of people trying to lead the organizations. There are suits, they are suiting each other. So the polarization was so high that even inside the organization, they cannot talk and solve any basic problems, how to rule the organization and what to do next. So it's quite hard to observe this.
Okay, thank you. Katarina?
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, the interaction of new and old judges, from my experience, interning and sort of working at both Supreme and Constitutional Court for a bit, I would say it was very difficult for new judges joining these apex courts. And now talking about the Supreme Court and other top levels, I would say it's difficult to be in an individual with different opinions in a group, of lawyers thinking in a very similar way. And we have seen it many times also with young judges joining the first levels, that it's difficult to keep fighting when your decisions are being quashed down by higher levels, when you are being overruled in the panel at the Supreme Court all the time. And sometimes the scholars and legal scholars in the Czech Republic identify that even though, for example, majority of the judges sitting at the Supreme Court right now are different judges from the new generation, basically from the 90s, they still have preference towards a very formalist interpretation of the law compared to how the Constitutional Court or the Supreme Administrative Court, the new judicial institutions, are working, because they've had to socialize among the older judges with a different mindset, right? These judges were the teachers, these judges were writing the commentaries, these judges were writing the literature, any sort of legal literature existing. And it's very difficult to expect from individuals to fight against the flow of the system for such a long time. And it brings me back to what Roman was asking. Perhaps one of the mistakes was that the new apex courts that were established because of the dissolution of the federation were not ever perceived as new institutions, really. That these judges did not really have the mindset that they are creating the new democratic, the different court. Because there is a huge difference between how the judges of the Supreme Administrative Court, which was established only in 2002, for example, behave compared to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Administrative Court was immediately filled with judges who wanted to build their profile. They call themselves the different court. They want to specialize in international law, more in protection of human rights. They specialize in how to apply European Union law. This was never the driving force of the Supreme Court or the high courts in the Czech Republic. I believe that these judges mostly fought with the idea that compared to the communist era, they are not the top authority anymore. And they struggled, I guess, mostly with there being different institutions who is suddenly imposing on them different interpretation of the law. Even if you explore, for example, the different compensatory measures we had for the victims, it was always the Constitutional Court which was actively pushing for more damages paid to the prisoners of conscience and so on and so forth. And the Supreme Court judges were always implementing the very minimal interpretation of the law. If the legislature made a mistake, they never actively provided more damages to the, and this was particularly the case of the prisoners of conscience, who were, according to the law established, only allowed to give a symbolic recognition, but they were not paid any damages because of the procedural mistakes that were in the law on the state accountability. And it took really over 10 years of battling there and back between the Constitutional and Supreme Court to change the narrative and the interpretation. So yeah, I would say that mostly they were lost. And the older judges in these older institutions actually managed to sort of mellow them down in time.
And can I ask you another thing? You said very quickly, and I would love to have more details on that, something about that only, what was it? That the international justice was only for the ministry and not for the courts? Like, who said that and in which context?
That was really a ruling of the Supreme Court from 1994 or 1995.
Okay.
And so the Supreme Court was basically, because this was the disciplinary proceedings with the judge, right, who sent to prison people who were spreading and publishing the Charter 77 during the communist era. And in these disciplinary proceedings, the Supreme Court stated that the judge did no mistake because the judge could not implement and apply the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, which was already ratified by Czechoslovakia during the communist era, saying that the communist interpretation of the international law was that it is only the executive power that can implement and directly apply international law obligations. And the courts were there to only wait up until it is translated into the word of law. So the is maybe a bit technical legal thing, but the court was mostly saying that, well, this judge, it's true that there was a law of higher authority, the International Covenant, recognizing the rights of the individual, but this judge did her job correctly because she was implementing the domestic law. She was not looking into international legal order because only the ministry could have turned the International Covenant on Civil Political Rights into the domestic law and then make the, so it was mostly interpreted as the question of separation of powers, but obviously we had very similar cases before the Constitutional Court, not the disciplinary proceedings, but where the Constitutional Court clearly said, yes, there was an international treaty at the time. The international treaty creates direct rights for the individuals, so we can actually implement it even retroactively to the era where there were no domestic laws. So right. It was not really like a pro-communist interpretation, but it was very protective interpretation towards one of their own peers.
Yes, I found it absolutely stunning, to be honest, because it's like, first of all, what are international treaties for? If you recognize the superiority of international justice over your own by signing this treaty, and then a superior court says, no, it's a matter of executional power, it's incredible. I mean, I'm really stunned, to be honest. But also, so that certainly explains my query about why no international justice tool was ever used after 1989. Because if you proceed from this ruling, then they clearly say that it's a political will. It's for the political power to decide, right? And if the political power doesn't want to decide or does not decide, then it's not used. That's one thing. So that certainly explains why nothing happened for 30 years. But on the other hand, I found that fascinating too, because if it's still, you're saying it's changing, the mentality is changing, I suppose. But supposing it's still submitted to the separation of power, then it's only a question of political will. And from one moment to the next, if the government decided that they want to use international justice tools to apply retroactively to communist crimes, then they could do it, right?
Well, this interpretation of the duality between international legal order and domestic legal order is not recognized by the Czech Republic anymore, by the courts. That was changed mostly by the Constitutional Court. We already know that the rights in the international human rights treaties are directly applicable to individuals, although it took the Supreme Court up until 2009, I guess, to recognize this principle, that it is valid, and that the Constitutional Court kept repeating it, the Strasbourg Court kept repeating it for decades, basically. But there is, when you were saying why these criminal prosecutions were actually not working, there was another reason. There was another procedural aspect the judges devised to protect themselves. They were actually saying there were some criminal proceedings instigated by the Minister of Justice, and they were rejected, dismissed by the courts, because the judges were saying that since the communist judges were bound by some, standard how to interpret these conventions, you cannot expect these individuals to change their approach. There was like the overarching interpretation of the scholarship in that era, and they just followed that. And the second point was that the judges actually, in order to sufficiently start the criminal prosecution, they required that it cannot be one sole case against the judge. They wanted a proof of a systemic violation of rights and systemic violation of systemic sending to prison and unlawful convictions committed by the one single judge. And it was incredibly difficult to actually get evidence like that, right? Usually these were like individual cases which were brought to the courts. So that's another reason why the criminal prosecutions of judges were not actually working.
Okay, but if I understand you right, then my idea was not so much to put former judges on trial, but rather to put former criminals on trial. And so if it's now accepted that international law prevails over domestic law, in what was agreed by the country, of course, then nothing is hindering anymore the application of international justice tools, such as crime against humanity, right? So now we are really, the possibility is open, and it's just a question of who and when will try it or want to try it, right?
Yeah, and but I would say with time the possibility and probability is lowering because of the existence of the evidence, the archival documentations. We know all the risks and moral dilemmas with prosecution of very old people. So yeah. Thank you. But I found again the Romanian example really interesting, because basically from one day to the next, they changed their views and decided they can start. Yeah, and it's really a question of personal will of a few of a judge and of the Supreme Court, in fact. So that's interesting because it could set a new example. Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, so I would suggest we are perfectly on time. It's amazing. Thank you so much for the participants of this morning. I suggest we go for lunch and start again at 2 o'clock. I will stop the pause the recording, but I have to leave the Zoom link open for technical reasons. So I'll be around, stick around, and if you all want to grab something and chit chat until 2 o'clock, then I'm here. And otherwise, see you at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much, Muriel, and thank you everybody for questions.
Thank you.
Just settle down and we'll start whenever you're ready.
Okay.
Hey, you do look like you've been running.
I know, but I got some exercise. Yeah, because of COVID, you can't drop them off early. You have to drop them off exactly on time. And yeah, unfortunately, the school is in like the opposite direction from my office. So it makes it further to get here. But I got some exercise and I'm here.
Okay, excellent. So let's start for the final panel. And we'll start with the paper of Zoltan. Zoltan, I don't know how to pronounce your last name, to be honest.
Duyishin.
Duyishin is a postdoc at UC Louvain, funded by the Belgium National Scientific Fund. His research interests include memory politics, sociology of expertise, and sociology of journalism. Zoltan obtained his PhD in sociology from Columbia University in New York and was recently awarded a Marie Curie leading fellow at Erasmus University, Rotterdam. Please, you have the word.
Thank you. So hi everyone. The article I will speak about today is the latest article I produced on this subject of European memory, on which I wrote my dissertation, and it's in dialogue with another article that I published in Theory and Society last year on post-communist memory politics and their interaction with EU memory politics. So basically, what drove me to write this paper on comparing the politics of regret of the West and the politics of truth that I see in the post-communist region is that often I see the notion of a European memory deadlock being put forth. And I think this is misleading for two reasons. The first one is, I think this anti-totalitarian narrative of European history equating Nazism and communism that you all know about is not in a deadlock, so it's gaining traction in Europe. And it's increasingly challenging the EU's Holocaust-centered memory regime that used to prevail at least until the mid-2000s. And secondly, I think it's mistaken because the approaches to this subject have been slightly misleading, because the fundamental dynamics of this clash are actually better understood if we conceptualize this clash as one between different political cultures of remembrance. So basically what I'm arguing is that this memory divide is as much a matter of content as it is a matter of method, let's say, of mode of remembrance. So it's about defining the proper relationship between politics and history, or between the polity and historiography, as it is a matter of setting historical narratives in stone. So just to be brief on conceptual apparatus that I will use, I think it's important to make a few clarifications. I use the concept of regime of remembrance, which refers to the set of institutionalized practices that embody how a polity or a power coalition promotes opportunities for citizens to relate to their own past. So these regimes of remembrance are by their very nature an act of selection. They privilege certain memories at the expense of others, and in an attempt to offer a simplified historical narrative to which citizens can relate. And I analytically divide regimes of remembrance into two components. One is the mnemonic substance, of course, the content of the collective memory being promoted, the specific historical narrative, and the mode of remembrance. And the mode of remembrance basically answers the questions of like, why should we remember? How should we engage with memory? And these questions are, of course, fundamentally political. They presuppose political goals, and they translate a political culture of remembrance. So the cases I focus in, obviously, are two transnational regimes, which I don't want to mean that they are strictly geographically divided, but these transnational regimes are being called East and West, usually. The West, basically, the Western memory regime has been driven mostly by developments in German memory politics, and shows that through Germany, the West ended up embracing a politics of regret, as Jeffrey Olich has conceptualized it, that shifts the focus away from glorification and patriotism to atonement and apology, particularly for the Holocaust. And this is a political culture of remembrance that is less concerned with building a trans-European narrative, and actually more invested in constructing a sort of universal ethics of memory. The Eastern mode of remembrance has actually consisted more in adopting what Mills would call a politics of truth, one in which in this specific case entrusts historians with a moral imperative task of pursuing the truth about repression, and also entrusts historians with defending national history from attempts to tarnish or demonize it. So each regime, as I will show, engages history and historiography in its own specific way. So I start with the West. So the Western memory regime based on policies of regret results from a dialogue between and within the EU and EU member states. I think these first sketches were built with the EU's identity politics, which always presupposed a certain collective memory. We have the 1950 Schuman Declaration, which presented European unification as an antidote to warfare. The 1973 Declaration of European Identity, which offered a commitment to defend the principles of democracy and rule of law as fundamental elements of European identity, and also claimed that European nations may have been pushed towards this unity by their history and by selfishly defending misjudged interest, but have now overcome their past enmities and have decided that unity is a basic European necessity. So this is what Ceruti has called a compromise between cultural diversity and unity in values. Different paths, different historical narratives, but basically coming to the same values in the end. Member states were a bit slower to pick up on these signals or to follow this direction because in the post-war period, they were mainly caught up in heroic national narratives that externalized responsibility for the collaboration with the Holocaust. This was the case even in Germany, of course, until the 1960s, when this new generation comes of age, starts questioning their parents' role in the Nazi regime. This has its maximum expression in the 1986 historians debate. And this was a debate that was very much always tying Germany's fate to that of Europe. And it made basically German victimhood, discourses of German victimhood unacceptable. And this is how a politics of regret emerges in interaction with the European identity politics, which encourage an admission of national guilt as principle of political legitimation. So in terms of approaches to history and history writing, the European Commission engaged in its own identity politics in the 70s, not only in this declaration I just mentioned, but also by including universities, for example, as diffusion centers for pro-European values. So it started with many disciplines. It started with economics, with law, but eventually moved on to history also, this recognition. And there were various initiatives, which usually consisted in the European Commission combining the formulation of incentives for engaging with its own historical perspective with the involvement of multiple stakeholders. Some examples are the EUI, of course, and its Department of History and Civilization, the Liaison Committee of Historians, created in 1982, which actually helped establish the history of European integration as a sub-discipline of history. And we generally maintained its scholarly independence. Not the same can be said about Jean Monnet Action, established in 1989, which encouraged the development of European studies. Here, at least initially, there were many cases in which professors were awarded grants, not so much on the basis of their academic excellence, but more on their enthusiasm for European integration. However, over the years, the EC gradually opted not to set research orientations too strictly, and rather just set up incentives for particular research directions. And basically the directives, if we can call them like that, of the Commission were always more about promoting certain values that rather than showing some explicit narrative path to get to them, right? And then we have this move away from history, actually, and a more direct relationship or a more direct attempt to build a proper European memory with the fall of the Berlin Wall, the triumph of liberal democracy, the unification of Europe. All these events mean that the Cold War imperatives of anti-communism are cast aside, which allows many Western European leaders to start assuming collective responsibility for past wrongs. They organize public acts of apology in several Western European countries. This is not an ideal picture, of course, but I'm just indicating that this is sort of the movement of regimes of remembrances towards these sort of goals. And this needs fitly with this pre-existing European narrative of integration as an anti-nationalist, a response to nationalism, a response to previous barbarity and division. And here the EC increasingly tries to act as a historical moderator, but puts, of course, Holocaust uniqueness as its only condition. And this takes institutional form in several initiatives. The most important I would mention is the Active European Remembrance sub-program, which is was very much focused on Holocaust remembrance, at least until recently, and the European Holocaust Research Infrastructure, all of which contribute to memorializing the Holocaust as pivotal to European integration. So I move on to post-communist politics of truth. And first of all, I just want to underline that it is a mistake to consider this phenomenon as national, as I see in a lot of the literature. So one example is that people like former dissidents like Michnik and Havel actually advocated for a politics of regret in the 90s. You can find elements of that in their own writings. I think this is fundamentally a phenomenon of conservative identity politics and often of right-wing liberal conservative identity politics, which found in the dichotomizing categories of anti-totalitarianism a tool for political mobilization against namely external opposition such as Russia or even the EU, or internal opposition, which, as you have mentioned earlier in the workshop today, is often depicted as a former communist clique that still exists in post-communist societies and sort of runs politics, the judiciary, economics behind the curtains. And so I think it is this fact that the former communists returned to power in the 90s and the growing socialist nostalgia that leads conservatives to this alarming realization that somehow we have failed with transitional justice and we need a new approach, which I argue is basically an approach centered around politics of truth and whose main institutional backbone is national memory institutes. So through a wide array of mnemonic practices, these institutes appear originally with the intent of diffusing an official and scientifically sanctioned memory of the communist era, although many of these institutes then shift and change their nature and go back and forth. But particularly in East Central Europe, these institutes invariably and controversially always emerge around election time. They are perceived as a tool against left-wing opposition, and they are seen as potentially bringing long-term symbolic dominance in an area, the area of memory, of collective memory, that actually constitutes a fundamental political cleavage in post-communist Europe, which cannot be said about most of Western Europe. So this is why this is so politically significant. They're also political in the sense that the governing bodies are mostly appointed by political rather than scholarly entities. And we see the policies of truth in their commitment to truth that is central to the identity of these institutions. Just for example, the Slovenian Study Center for National Reconciliation actually is created with a mission statement that seeks to respond to an objective need for an increase of state activity in establishing historical facts about the 20th century history. So this claim to truth is strengthened by their access to archival sources and to victim testimonies, right? Which they boost their public legitimacy as purveyors of truth, even if to historians this is often methodologically flawed. This is not so unconvincing to the wider public, which is what concerns me here mostly, right? And so in this quest for truth, and in order to scientifically legitimate this truth, of course, memory institutes can rely on a contingent of historians. This is not a homogeneous group, of course, but they can very much rely, first of all, on a group of historians that orient themselves, and I have specific, many quotes on this from interviews I've done with memory institute historians. They orient themselves towards their perceived constituency, so either towards the nation or towards there's a dog barking. So they see themselves as oriented towards the nation or oriented towards the citizens, and not so much towards the scientific community. But then you also have another group of historians who are less ideologically aligned and often very much scientifically oriented, but they are facing an underfunded academic field and are attracted by the opportunities and higher salaries and conditions that memory institutes can offer. So it's really a mixed picture. So these politics of historiographic expertise eventually regionalize and takes its own form, its own properties. This happens, of course, there was already a tight milieu of historians who were networking between memory institutes in the region, most in a bilateral fashion, but this moves to a sort of a multilateral networking after the 2004 accession of post-communist member states. So I would just like to point out that a very important conference in this regard was the Communist Security Apparatus in East Central Europe conference organized by IPN in Poland, and 350 historians came to this event. This led to the creation of the European Network of Official Authorities in Charge of Secret Police Files in 2008, which allowed the historians to network in the sense that they could do joint research projects, access each other's archives, and also acquire knowledge on how memory institutes function, or how you can establish memory institutes or turn these archival institutions actually into memory institutes. So once in the European Union, these memory institutes sort of glue themselves to the Eurocratic field. They gather in the platform of European Memory and Conscience, created in 2011 with Commission support. Between 2008 and 2011, crucially, they provide the historiographic expertise for several EU Council presidency events of Slovenia, Czech Republic, Poland, and Hungary, which all happen to have conservative governments at the time of these presidencies who were invested in this subject. So this gave a lot of momentum to this movement and allowed them to promote public hearings and conferences in the European Parliament. Many of these EPs who participated in these events came together in the Reconciliation of European Histories group, which also relies on the historiographic expertise of the platform. Actually, the former director of the platform told me that they are basically the think tank. So memory institutes are acting as think tanks for these MEPs who need them for organizing events, filling up their agendas, etc. And this group is, of course, overwhelmingly populated by EPP or conservative post-communist MEPs. Again, just to point out, this is not a national phenomenon. It's actually more of a cleavage, manifestation of a political cleavage, in my opinion. So this reconciliation group, again, very clearly, the elements of politics of truth here, saying that post-communist has as a mission statement that post-communist captive nations were excluded from 50 years of our true history. If you want a more in-depth look into the views of this community, of this epistemic community, you can also read the Prague Declaration, which sort of drove many of their ideas. And here again, you can see another typical element of politics of truth, which is calling for state intervention in defending and establishing truth. So they want parliamentary acknowledgement of communist crimes as crimes against humanity, leading to appropriate legislation. They want the overhaul of European history textbooks, and they even want the creation of an EU-level memory institute similar to the ones in post-communist Europe. So I'm almost finished. I think there are signs that this was not some momentaneous, some temporary event, some conjunction of factors that lead to a small change in the European Union. I think this shift is ongoing. And this shift is still visible in a series of elements. The first of all is small, but perhaps symbolic. And it's about the region, post-communist region itself, that in 2008, actually Václav Havel, who had previously supported policies of regret, actually comes around and supports the Prague Declaration, which has zero elements of politics of regret, and is actually completely embracing a politics of truth. In 2009, the other element is the EP debates. So in 2009, there was this EP debate on totalitarianism, which actually featured warnings against the political instrumentalization of history and calls for protecting historians' autonomy. Now, in 2019 EP debate on the importance of European remembrance for the future of Europe, which is a direct successor to the 2009 debate. So first of all, we see several attempts in the debate to connote totalitarianism with political actors such as Russia, the radical right, which actually reaffirms the notion that memory should play an explicit role in political struggles. And there is no defense of, in the final resolution, there is no defense for historiographic autonomy. There are no warnings against the instrumentalization of history. Instead, the resolution calls for reconciliation based on truth and remembrance, and calls for fighting against Russian efforts to distort historical facts as a dangerous component of the information war. Which I think is important to point this out, because I can see that the memory debate was a bit taken hostage by the sort of the widespread global concern with disinformation and with the, re-establishing the importance of truth. And I think like mnemonic warriors from post-communist countries took advantage of this, just like they did of the anniversary of '89. So these are always like historical context. They are very good at using these sort of historical events and context to push for their views. Finally, it's also, I guess, relevant references to neither Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact as a trigger of World War II were present, and this contrasted with silence over other contemporaneous events that would have signaled more European introspection, more policies of regret, such as the 1938 Munich Agreement, for example. Finally, the last element that I see is in the House of European History. The House of European History actually began as a very low-key, with very low-key planning, where they attempted to avoid politicization, avoid a very public polarizing debate. There were attempts to choose independent experts, but as Kaiser actually shows in his work, the choice of experts ended up actually echoing regional and ideological power balances. So again, politics very much involved and cleavages and ideology very much involved in the final messaging, which ends up being contradictory, unsurprisingly. So the anti-totalitarian paradigm is certainly present, but it's nuanced by references to the uniqueness of the Holocaust, by a more left-wing historiographic reading of the 19th century. So, but even the director of the platform, and I guess many of the people and the institutions he represents, were not satisfied with the House of European History. And they also see this as kind of a problem of the method of remembrance. And I just want to read a quote from an interview I had with him, which I think is quite illustrative of their concerns and their perspectives. So he says that the problem was also about how to understand the role of history in society. The general impression of the exhibition is that the past is something wrong, the past is dark, and our role is to build a bright future. And of course, we are dedicated to know the dark points. Of course, we should remember, but there are also parts of history we should be proud of. I felt it was a kind of political construction to stress how important it is to abandon nation states to create a new Europe. So this is Lukasz Kamiński speaking, who was also a former president of IPN. So just to conclude, I would say that this last quote also indicates, though, that I would say that the politics of truth of the 2000s are perhaps not as radical, are more radical than those of today. So I see here, you know, an attempt to take some elements of politics of regret, but there is still some discomfort with attempts to tarnish national history, which are quite characteristic of this mode of remembrance, of this political culture of remembrance. So anyway, thank you, and I guess I'm open to any questions afterwards in the discussion.
Thank you so much, Zoltan. And so now we'll listen to Marcy. So Marcy Shore is Associate Professor of History at Yale University. She's the author of Caviar and Ashes, a Warsaw Generation's Life and Death in Marxism, 1918 to 1968, as well as of The Taste of Ashes, The Afterlife of Totalitarianism in Eastern Europe, and of The Ukrainian Night, An Intimate History of Revolution. In 2018, she received the Guggenheim Fellowship for her current book project, A History of Phenomenology in East Central Europe. And she's a regular visiting fellow at the Institut für die Wissenschaften von Menschen in Vienna. Marcy, the floor is yours. Oh, sorry, just a second. Oh, no, sorry. I muted you by accident. Okay, good.
All right, hi, it's nice to see everyone. I feel like we should be in the same room and there should be coffee, but I'm in my office in New Haven, which is freezing for some reason because I haven't been able to, it just got cold enough this week and the heat doesn't seem to work, which is why I keep putting sweaters on. All right, so first of all, thank you. Thank you for that paper. Thank you, Zoltan. I now have my head in the right place, which is good. I was thinking last night, again, I was reading Muriel's paper and thinking about this idea of crimes against humanity and the notion of humanity and how the concept that there can be a crime against humanity obviously implies an authority higher than that of the sovereign state and its laws. You know, you're appealing to either a higher legal authority, which relies on international organizations that constantly are somehow trying to claim some jurisdiction, but because the world is the way it is, don't actually have sovereignty, and therefore the jurisdiction is always too weak. And it's difficult to get, it's difficult to get to that without relying on God. And this is part of the problem of the killing off of God. It's part of the problem of the killing off of enlightenment. Like in the absence of some, what Derrida likes to call transcendental signified, that gives us some absolutist moral framework, we're kind of thrown back on our imperfect, legal devices. And of course, the problem of state sovereignty starts becoming particularly glaring whenever there are obvious violations of human rights, whenever there are obvious crimes against humanity. And communism and fascism are certainly those most obvious cases where the law of a sovereign state cannot provide any satisfying accounting with the past, because, as Muriel talked about yesterday, like many of these crimes were not crimes in the legal sense at the time they were committed, which was, of course, Eichmann's whole defense. Like, I was just carrying out my duty. How can you now decide that's something worthy of the death penalty? I was just, a civil bureaucrat in a state doing what I was supposed to do. And the example Muriel gave of the judiciary, I want to dwell on for a minute, because the judiciary kind of shows this problem at two levels. So you have judges who are wedded to a legal framework. And how are they supposed to prosecute crimes that were not crimes at the time they were committed? But moreover, they're wedded to themselves because you have a political transformation. You can't just purge the judiciary from one day to the next. So how are you possibly then expecting judges to prosecute crimes when, they themselves would then have to prosecute themselves? I mean, you have one level and then a meta level of this problem, this kind of doomed to failure. I just wanted to go back. I'm just going to throw some ideas out here. I don't have any great conclusions about any of these things. Go back to the point that Hannah Arendt originally made in Origins of Totalitarianism, where she's looking at the refugee crisis of the post-World War I period. And she uses the phrase superfluous people, which, perhaps she even took from the Russian, used in a different context. But, for Arendt, these superfluous people are these displaced people who don't have passports. And she says what we learn at that moment from that refugee crisis is that the whole idea of human rights, as it comes out of Enlightenment philosophy, as it comes out of liberalism, as it comes out of the French Revolution, is basically kind of a farce. Because 1789 comes and you have Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen, and there was some kind of complacent assumption that Declaration of the Rights of Man and the rights of the citizen were the same thing. You're just kind of restating yourself. And Arendt is like, well, now we know that there actually is no such thing as the rights of man in the absence of citizenship, in a state that will guarantee those rights, because once they're not enforceable, they're effectively meaningless. And the conflation of man and the citizen has now been exposed, as the kind of farce that it should never have been. I'm going to read you one of my favorite passages from her essay, We Refugees, in 1943. I'm thinking about those people stuck on the Polish border, which I was talking about in the Zoom meeting yesterday, and which I've been hearing about from a lot of my Polish friends who are trying to get there and somehow help these people, and especially these children who are now freezing in the woods in this no man's land between Poland and Belarus. In 1943, Arendt, as a German Jewish refugee, is talking about her fellow refugees trying to very quickly, make themselves American or make themselves French or make themselves anything, other than who they are. And she says, remember that being a Jew does not give any legal status in this world. If we should start telling the truth that we are nothing but Jews, it would mean that we expose ourselves to the fate of human beings who, unprotected by any specific law or political convention, are nothing but human beings. I can hardly imagine an attitude more dangerous, since we actually live in a world in which human beings as such have ceased to exist for quite a while. And she wrote this in 1943, and I feel like it's constantly relevant. In fact, it's constantly so eerily on point that it feels prescient. I'm going to stick with Arendt for a couple minutes and talk about an essay she writes in 45 that much of the material comes up later in Origins of Totalitarianism, but she first lays it out in an essay in 1945 called Organized Guilt and Universal Responsibility. And she says, whether any person in Germany is a Nazi or an anti-Nazi, can be determined only by the one who knows the secrets of the human heart, which no human eye can penetrate. The most extreme slogan which this war has evoked among the Allies, that the only good German is a dead German, has this much basis in fact. The only way in which we can identify an anti-Nazi is when the Nazis have hanged him. There is no other reliable token. And she goes on to talk about how what totalitarianism has done has destroyed this neutral zone in which the ordinary lives of human beings are normally lived, in which everybody then is, the existence of any individual is dependent upon either committing crimes or complicity in crimes. And how then do you draw the line between committing crimes and complicity in crimes? And I feel like we're still, the characteristic that Arendt later develops as, one of the ways we understand totalitarianism as being fundamentally new in the 20th century and different from previous repressive regimes is this effacing of the boundary between the public and the private. And what that means is that there was no neutral space. There was no space to stand aside. There was no space to be simply engaged with your own private life and be uninvolved in what was going on. Everybody is implicated. Well, when everybody is implicated, how can anybody be judged? And how then do you draw that line between participation and consent? At what point, since the whole regime depends on everyone going along with it to a greater or lesser extent, then how do you hold certain people more guilty than others? And she says, in the organization Himmler prepared, everyone is either an executioner or victim or an automaton marching onward with the corpses of his comrades. Everyone, whether or not he's directly active, in a death camp, is forced to in some ways take part in the workings of mass murder. And when everybody is guilty, no one can be judged. And I think we're still in some ways feeling the legacy of that. And I think one of the reasons people want some people to be judged is that we understandably want some kind of clear division between the guilty and the innocent. People want differentiation. All of structural anthropology is kind of based on the idea in some sense that cultural crises emerge when there's a lack of differentiation, that people need those differences. I mean, this can kind of take us into social dominance theory too. It can take us into Simone de Beauvoir. Why is there always an other? Why is someone always playing the role of scapegoat? Why do people need these differences? Well, one of the differences people cling to is the differences between guilt and innocence. And Arendt is saying this is precisely where totalitarianism erases that, that possibility of making that distinction. And she quotes in that essay a story, a dialogue reported by an American reporter who was there at the liberation of the camps. And who is questioning one of the previous guards. And this is 1945. And the reporter says to the guy working at the camp, "Did you kill people in the camp?" "Yes." "Did you poison them with gas?" "Yes." "Did you bury them alive?" "It sometimes happened." "Were the victims picked from all over Europe?" "I suppose so." "Did you personally help kill people?" "Absolutely not. I was only paymaster in the camp." "What did you think of what was going on?" "It was bad at first, but we got used to it." "Do you know that the Russians will hang you?" "Why should they? What have I done?" And I think in some ways we're still in that moment. I mean, I think in some ways like that critical problem that she had her mind around in 1945 is the one that continues to haunt us in this attempt to account with the past. She talks at the end of Origins of Totalitarianism about crimes which can neither be punished nor forgiven. And one of the things I find interesting about the evolution of her thought is that later, several years later, when she publishes The Human Condition, she goes back to this idea of forgiveness. So she ends Origins of Totalitarianism with this idea of crimes that can neither be punished nor forgiven, that they exceed those bounds. And then in the later chapters of The Human Condition, she talks about natality, about this beginning anew, about how this birth and things that are metaphorically related to birth. And she says, the miracle that saves the world from its normal natural ruin is the fact of natality. The idea of the birth of new men and the new beginning, the action they can set in motion by virtue of being born. And the most radical moment of natality here is forgiveness. I mean, I think if there's a key to her the understanding her later relationship with Heidegger, it comes out in this book, The Human Condition, with the radical nature of forgiveness. You know, it's not in the Eichmann book. It's not that, oh, she thinks what they did wasn't so bad because they were just ordinary and they were going along with it and they weren't thinking. On the contrary, not thinking is like the greatest sin for Arendt. But the radical nature of forgiveness, which is kind of, you know, buried in a chapter in The Human Condition, which is a more difficult book to read, so people don't read it as often. Actually, the forgiveness is needed because of the irreversibility of action. You know, forgiveness is a condition for natality. We can only move forward with condition, with forgiveness. I mean, and then later Derrida picks up on that kind of towards the end of his life, you know, and gives it this kind of classical, you know, deconstructionist reading, which is forgiveness has to mean precisely to forgive the unforgivable, if it's to mean anything at all, because what is forgivable doesn't require forgiveness. You know, it has to be the unforgivable that demands forgiveness. But I think Arendt's understanding of forgiveness and the radical nature of forgiveness and its precondition for natality, precisely because the consequences of actions go on indefinitely, because of what she says it calls the boundlessness of human interrelatedness. You know, there is no way of foreseeing the consequences of any given action which go on indefinitely. Since I still have a little bit of time, I'd like to talk quickly about. I still have some time, right?
Oh, yeah, plenty.
Sorry. Okay. All right. So I want to then maybe I'm going to talk a little bit more personally now. So I was at this conference we're a small group. I was at this conference in St. Petersburg a few years ago, after the Maidan, after the beginnings of the war in the Donbass. It must have been 2016. It must have been spring of 2016. And it was organized by a group of German foundations in collaboration with various post-Soviet partners. And it was a series of so-called conversations, debates on Europe. And there was one in Minsk, and there was one, I think, in Riga, and then there was one in Kharkiv, and then there was this one in St. Petersburg, which was the first and only one I actually made it to. And it was a slightly strange situation because in some sense, like it was about Ukraine. You know, they were a series of dialogues kind of between East and West that came up around Ukraine. But because of the situation in the Donbass and the Crimea and the fact that so many Ukrainian activists were on the blacklist in Russia, that the Ukrainian participants who have been part of these dialogues decided not to go to Russia because they could be detained. And then I think the German organizers kind of panicked and uninvited the rest of the Ukrainians who were not necessarily on the blacklist, but understandably, if you're organizing a conference in someone else's country, you don't want to be responsible for the fact that they could be put in prison and you would be helpless. And so it was in some sense a conversation that was supposed to be about Ukraine, but there were no Ukrainians there. So there was this glaring absence. The elephant in the room was glaring absence of the Ukrainians. But it became a discussion really between Germans and Russians. I was the only American. I don't know, somehow I was there in my little cultural mediator type role, I suppose. And at a certain point, it became a conversation about, you know, what in Russian is pokayanya, which is repentance, but it has a kind of heavy metaphysical, religious kind of weight to it. What does it mean to repent? What does it mean to be truly remorseful? And the Germans in general were feeling kind of superior because they're like, we apologize for Nazism. You know, we have owned that, you know, we have been dealing with that. We haven't tried to evade the question, whereas there has been no such accounting with Stalinism. And at a certain point, it kind of evolved into, you know, who should apologize to whom and whose dead grandmother should, you know, apologize to whose other dead grandmother, and my dead grandmother this and your dead grandmother that. And there were a lot of like dead grandmothers being like evoked in the room, and a lot of drama and a lot of hair tearing, and about like who suffered more and who apologized more. And at a certain moment, I felt, I don't mean to make light of this, like I'm sounding sarcastic here, but I felt like my little intervention here was that this was the wrong question, that we were just, that the whole approach was wrong, because the point was not who should apologize to whom, or whose dead grandmother should apologize to whose dead grandmother, or who on behalf of their dead grandmother should be apologizing for someone else, or what kind of reciprocal apologies can be done. Obviously, everyone in this room was now too young to have been personally involved in any of this. So that's like a caveat. Even the oldest people in the room would only have been small children at the time of these events. I said, but the point is not repentance. You know, the point is it should be understanding. You know, here we've got German intellectuals, we've got Russian intellectuals, we're looking at the 20th century. Let's ask ourselves, how did this happen? You know, what were the social, political, economic, existential conditions that facilitated the rise of totalitarianism and these grotesque violations of human rights and crimes against humanity? Since we're sitting here thinking, shouldn't we be trying to understand how it happened? You know, with obviously the normative point that we don't want it to happen again. You know, the point is not vindication of grandparents, or it shouldn't be vindication of grandparents. And I realize I'm saying this as like somebody who has children, and so I'm biased, but like, it shouldn't be about vindicating our grandparents, you know, or repenting on behalf of our grandparents. It should be about how can we create a better world for our children. You know, there's a shared understanding that Nazism was bad, that Stalinism was bad, torturing people is bad, you know, executing people is bad, mass atrocity is bad. We don't want it to happen again. Somehow it was able to happen, you know, so maybe now we could try to think about how that happened. And I think one of the ways in which that the line gets blurred is that there's still a kind of clinging to accounting as a settling of scores. But the more time passes, the less punishment is relevant. I mean, Muriel brought up the judge who was kind of belatedly indicted for her role in the Horakova trial, you know, at the age of 86. You know, and today we have like the very, very last cases. I mean, there was like one in the news last week where like you can find someone who was, you know, of adult age, you know, who is now in their 90s and try to get them, you know, to take accountability before they die. But basically that period is over. You know, basically the people who remain alive, who survived through that period now were children, you know, and therefore can't be held accountable. Punishment, I think, is necessarily less relevant. You know, we could talk about how much good it did or didn't do, but in any cases, people are dead. But I don't think the same goes for truth. I mean, I think that the truth that is a prerequisite for understanding remains as relevant today as it's ever been. You know, if anything, only increasingly more so. And I'll bring up a couple things that I think might point us in the right direction. So one of the books that I haven't reread in quite a while, but I'm now rereading because I'm teaching it in my graduate seminar, is Martin Polak's book, Dead Man in the Bunker. I don't know if you're familiar with it. But for those of you who are not, Martin Polak is an Austrian author, a nonfiction writer. He was also a journalist for a long time, and you know, one of the most important translators of Polish into German. He's a Slavicist who spent a lot of time in Eastern Europe during the communist period. He's of the generation of 1968, you know, born just, he was born in 44, I think. So during 42, maybe 42. Any case, he was born during the war. Out of an affair his mother had with an SS man in Linz, I think it was, in Austria, an Austrian Nazi, and not just somebody who kind of like went along with things or was interested in career advancement, but like a real Nazi family, gung-ho Nazi family. And his father was an SS officer whose body was then found at the very end of the war in the bunker. And Martin, when he's in his 60s, decides to pursue this story and write a book about his father. and figure out exactly who he was and how it happened. And Martin grew up close to the grandparents, although they later had a break about whether or not the Slavs were Untermenschen when Martin became old enough to actually talk to them about these things when he was a teenager. But he kind of grew up, at least half spending time with the grandparents who were Nazis, and under the shadow of this father who had been a Nazi, he's trying to understand it. And what is remarkable about this book, and what I love about Martin Polak in general, is that it's not neurotic. It's not guilt-laden, and it's not defensive, and it's not apologetic, and it's not about repenting on behalf of his father, and it's not about justifying his father. It's just about facing the truth with eyes wide open. And it's like, it's a model of what it means of just sobriety, of just trying to understand. And the first step in understanding is recognition. So if you use these like big German philosophical terms, it would be Anerkennung and then Verstehen. First you have to recognize, you have to see exactly what's going on. And then you have to try to understand it. And Martin doesn't have the sense of like, I'm guilty by contiguity. I have to repent on behalf of my father, or I have to defend him because he was a good man his way. He doesn't have any of that. He has, my moral responsibility is to see it with eyes wide open and see the truth and tell the truth, just totally soberly. And I felt like that it's a model of what that literature should be, like that kind of fearlessness and that kind of integrity. And I want to then just maybe talk briefly here about this idea of responsibility. And one of the things, Martin comes out of this milieu, that was kind of Havel and Mitnick and Patočka's milieu. That was the milieu of these dissidents. And that there is no escape from truth. There's no escape from responsibility. And one of the things Patočka liked to say was that, the thing about responsibility is we carry it with us everywhere. That was the reading of Heidegger that Patočka took. It's not the reading of Heidegger that everybody took, but his reading of Heidegger of we are always already in the world. There's no outside of the world. There's no tabula rasa. There's no Archimedean point. Is that responsibility is not something we can have or not have or take in a certain situation. It's an ontological trait of humankind. What it means to be a person is to be responsible. And this comes out of these debates about revisionist Marxism, which was all about finding the line between historical determinism on one hand and individual agency on the other. Revisionist Marxism comes up after, not just after Stalin's death in 1953, but especially after Khrushchev's speech in 1956. You go back, you're rereading. First, you get rid of Stalin, you go back to Lenin, then you get rid of Lenin, you go back to Marx, and you put aside the older Marx, you go back to the younger Marx. Then you start rereading Hegel, and you start rereading Hegel now through Heidegger. But without kind of throwing out the baby with the bathwater, without throwing out Marxism and historical determinism entirely, you're trying to find a space for individual agency, for individual responsibility that had seemingly been eclipsed. So there can be no more iron laws of history, but there are still historical conditions. You can't be a Marxist and completely disregard historical conditions. So where is that boundary? To what extent are we structured by historical conditions into which we are always already thrown? This is the Heidegger. And to what extent are we autonomous agents making moral decisions? And what you get, to make a kind of, complex philosophy very reductionist, is that part of the moral responsibility we have as individual agents is to see those historical conditions with clarity, with eyes wide open, and to take that in. And to understand that we are always already thrown into certain kinds of historical conditions, but that does not absolve us of responsibility. That is part of our responsibility. Part of our responsibility is to understand those conditions. I was thinking about this again this summer with this big debate about a critical race theory in America, which we're having our own very, very belated accounting with slavery. Obviously, no one who was personally involved in slavery is still alive, since that, ended formally in the 1860s. And, even with all the advances of science, we don't have anybody who is alive in the 19th century today, and certainly not who is alive in the 1860s. But there's, what critical race theory, about which I'm totally not an expert, is basically saying is that it's not enough to say I'm not personally a racist, because we inherited certain structures that were inherently based on a history of racism, and because we're still embedded in those structures, it's not enough to say I personally subjectively don't have anything against Black people, because we're also still embedded in these structures which have perpetuated racism. And there have been, ridiculously and absurdly politicized debates about this. But basically what's on the table is the same question that was going on in revisionist Marxism. Where is the line between the determinism of historical conditions and structures and individual agency? And the answer is, it's not a Kierkegaardian either or, it's both. It's always both. We're always, working within certain structures. We don't function in a tabula rasa. We don't act in a frictionless universe, but that doesn't mean we're not responsible. We are responsible. We're responsible for confronting those structures. We're responsible for seeing those structures clearly. We're responsible for changing those structures. We're responsible for recognizing them. Okay, let's see.
As you're speaking for 28 minutes, I suppose. If you could conclude, it would be good.
Yes, okay, absolutely. I am going to conclude right now then. Okay, so should the past be punished or should it be left behind? Neither. The problem is not the absence of appropriate punishment. I think the problem is the absence of a confrontation of truth that would take us into understanding. And I'm just going to end then with a note about Hedda Margolis Kovali's novel, her work of crime fiction, which I don't know if you've all read, but she actually wrote this work of crime fiction. And I'm sure you all know who Hedda Margolis Kovali was. She was the Holocaust survivor, who's also the wife of Rudolf Margolis, who was purged in the Slansky trial and hanged. She comes up in one of Skoretsky's novels, Roman à Clef, as the woman who has been to hell twice and is still very much alive. She's no longer still alive, but she was for a very long time. And she writes this work of crime fiction that was translated and published in English just recently after her death. And it's a story set in a movie theater, and it is set during the Stalinist period. And there's a young woman named Helena, whose husband, who she loves very much, is thrown into Stalinist prison, for basically no reason. And she has to decide whether to embark on this affair with a man who's well connected in the Communist Party. So cheating on her husband in the hopes that she might be able to use that to save her husband. And Hedda Margolis Kovali begins this novel with an epigraph by Ernest Hemingway saying, "All things truly wicked start from innocence." And what you get in this novel, which is a kind of Raymond Chandler style crime fiction and seems to be kind of light reading, is that it's called innocence. But what the reader is meant to learn is that there is no such thing. In some ways, I think that has to be the starting point for any real confrontation with the past, that we're not going to be cleanly separating the innocent from the guilty. We're not going to be appropriately punishing people, but we can have an understanding of what it means for there to be no such thing as innocence. And taking off on that understanding, we can have a more clear understanding of how we got ourselves into these totalitarian hells, and hopefully how we might avoid having that happen in the future. Okay, I'll stop talking now.
Okay, thank you so much. That was so thought-provoking as always, and a real delight. Who wants to start asking questions or making comments? And if no one wants to, I will. Okay, so I think we spoke about this before, Zoltan, about historical truth. I think you know what I think of historical truth as a historian. of course, I have a great problem with it because so I would like to know how the people you were interviewed think about this, because and by the way, that goes for Marcy too. What is historical truth, and can we base our politics of dealing with the past on historical truth? Because what is true for someone is not true for someone else. Like historical truth, I mean, I must admit, I have a really great problem with that, because I mean, about slavery, we know, yeah, of course, slavery was really bad, so that's clear. But about communism, the opinions are much more divided. You know, what was true, what was not true, what was good, what was not good, because maybe truth is actually really linked to normative attitude. Like what is true is what we find. I mean, how can I say? It's determined. What we find true or not true is also determined by what we believe to be good or not good. Good or wrong, right? How are we going to base any policy of dealing with the past on historical truth? How are we going to determine historical truth? And should we not maybe replace truth by integrity, for instance? That I think is much more neutral, conveys the same thing, that we mean we should behave in the right way, but is not so normative. I don't know. Zoltan?
Yeah, so it is a very complicated question. I share your suspicions about strong claims to truth. I think there are two different. I'm not a historian, I'm a sociologist, but so I tend to see truth more as a social construct, obviously. I do think that there are basic verifiable facts, very elementary facts that can be posited as being true quite easily and uncontroversially. The problem is that historians deal with many facts, put them together, interpret them together, and often what you have is a complex interpretation, and wanting to claim that a complex interpretation represents the truth is way more problematic and also way more challengeable, which ends up eroding publicly also the belief in that something is truth or not. Actually, I do sociology of journalism, and I am very much focusing on this question of disinformation. And I also believe that in the journalistic field, there are some journalists that are also have become very, very attached to the notion that they are telling the truth, that others are lying. And I think this just has caused a lot of polarization and has actually produced very low quality reporting among those who claim to be professing the truth. So I think it is a tricky claim to make. I think if we make it, we should be sure that we are talking about very verifiable, elementary, controversial facts, and avoid it when we're speaking about broader narratives and broader interpretations, even if we don't think this is an interpretation. But then again, yes, it's always a difficult matter to define the boundary when just something is just facts and when we are starting to get in an interpretation of a number of facts and how you put these facts together, even they're all individually truth, you may be creating a construct that is much more easy to deconstruct actually and to disassemble. So yeah, I would start by that. I would start by this note of caution, but maybe Marcy has a different perspective.
Okay, I would start by disentangling two things when we're talking about truth. The empirical narrative from attributions of causality. I like to think, as a historian, I kind of have to think, otherwise there'd be no point in my existence, that there are facts we can determine with some degree of certainty. Who, what, when, where, what happened, where someone was, who was there. There are facts that create a narrative that I do feel like, you never get every single piece of the puzzle, but you can often get enough of them that you can figure out what happened. Now, the what happened, I think we should disentangle from the why it happened, which is something I think, we often conflate. Because of course, what happened feels kind of like encyclopedia-like and positivist and not like emotionally satisfying enough. We want to also say why. But while I think our ability to figure out what happened, we can have some degree of epistemological certainty and clarity about it. In the best case, if we have enough sources, we don't always have enough sources, but in the best case, we have enough sources, we can figure out what happened. Why it happened is always going to be speculative, because history is always both overdetermined and underdetermined. I mean, it's always underdetermined in the sense that at any given moment, if something had changed, other outcomes would be possible, but it's overdetermined in the Freudian sense that there are always multiple factors at play. You can't do a control study. You can't go back and run the same scene again and hold certain variables constant in the interest of figuring out which variables were actually causal, and which were just kind of confounding or whatever. And so that the ascription of causality is always in the realm of speculation. And I think part of the problem is that we don't always make that distinction. And part of the problem with attributing guilt is saying, well, if you took away your part, what would have happened? Well, in some sense, and this is Arendt's idea of mentality too, we don't know, because the consequences of actions, not just once in a while, but as a matter of course, are far in excess of their intentions, and everything affects everything else. And so that the difference between figuring out what happened and figuring out exactly why it happened and which factors would need to have been in place for it to have happened differently, I think we need to disentangle that. Now, what we then do with that disentangling, I think we need to disentangle it in a way that we don't just give up on truth. I mean, I think part of the post-truth problem was that, like, okay, well, if we can't get to 100% certainty, if we can never actually know everything, why not just throw in the towel? Why not just, chill out? Why not just have a party? Like, why not just say everything goes, and we're in a Dostoevskian world where everything is permitted and there are no more boundaries? Because truth is a boundary. Truth is some kind of constraint, and factual truth is some kind of a constraint. And I think, and I'm not personally, I'm not a great fan of the writing of positivist history. It's not very aesthetically satisfying. We don't want to write articles that sound like encyclopedia articles, because it's kind of dry. It's like, okay, on such and such a date, such and such a thing occurred. There were so many people present. They were there at 11 o'clock in the morning, blah, blah, blah. But I think that our grounding has to start in those empirical facts. And then we have to start asking ourselves, in this world, in the next layer of uncertainty in which we can't run the control study, so we can't decisively determine causality, what can we understand and how can we work with that understanding? Oh, someone else is here. Hello.
Yeah. Sorry, just a second. Yeah, I'll give you the word. But it's funny what you're saying, because I actually wrote an entire book, and it took me 7 or 8 years to write it about that did not happen. Yes. About a non-event, right. About why something did not happen. But generally, I could subscribe with what you're saying. I would just replace truth with fact, because yes, facts exist. I mean, things did happen or did not happen, but that's a fact, right? Whereas truth is so connotated. There's such a connotation, such a normative connotation to the notion of truth, that I find it difficult to work with as a historian, as a historical category. But fact, that's okay.
I just wanted to add a little something. Sorry for bringing in another parallel with journalism, but it is fascinating actually, the parallels. Because you have a lot of this debate also with journalistic objectivity, the truth, whether a journalist can claim to be telling the truth and to have been objective. And I mean, I think I agree with Marcy that we should strive at the truth. We should strive at being as objective as possible in the same way. But there is a difference between having that as a guiding ethos and to claim that your end product, what you end up producing, is the truth. It's important to claim that you follow this ethos as a method, it guided in your work, but we always have to be very aware that the more complex the narrative, particularly, that what we are saying is an interpretation that is legitimate to disassemble in many cases, especially when it comes to understudied subjects. And I'm not talking about whether the Holocaust happened, obviously,
right.
But I'm talking about for example, the more recent the history of late communism, for example, which is still to be further studied, to be further developed, and there are many claims of truth to be being made about it. And there are many other historians who are asking for more caution when it comes to making those claims to truth. But we all come from our different backgrounds. But even in the case of the slavery that you mentioned before, there is also controversy over this 1619 project of the New York Times. And then there are many historians who are specialized in the field who have really criticized this project. And I'm sure the New York Times journalists are convinced that they're presenting the truth. But if they get criticized for it, you're endangering the basic concept that slavery was truth. If you create a narrative and you put it forth with such certainty, and then there are legitimate historians criticizing that narrative, you endanger the concept that slavery was truth in the public eye. So this is what I mean, that these big claims can be very dangerous when it comes to how we interpret the significance, for example, of slavery to American history. These are more contested questions, and they're more open to debate. So I would always suggest more caution with truth claims.
Leah, you wanted to ask something?
Yeah, because this is the last session and we are going higher and higher in this debate, I would say, going further and further away from case studies. I want to continue to climb on this ladder, and because in 10 minutes I need to go in any case. I wanted to ask Marcy a question, maybe in 3 sentences, and okay. I want to see you now. So you said many really wise things, and you're correct, I think, when you say that we need to understand what is our, so to say, role in those inherited structures that we are, like, let's call them blind spots. We are not aware, but they are part of us. We just need to kind of understand that we are onions, and we need to try to find this essence, and to understand in which way we are actually implicated subjects, so to say, Michael Rothberg's notion, how we are actually a part of something bigger, and without being any intention, we are part of something that is often bad or not just or whatever. So we can talk about slavery, racism, whatever we want to talk in that sense. We all are in a way guilty of something by being born. So the question goes like this. What is this? Let's say we manage, although again, I'm going back to Zoltan, I'm also a sociologist, so I don't believe in those utopian projects, but we all get engaged in that kind of project, as many of those discourses are requesting from us. What is this ultimate ideal that we want to achieve? We can talk, we can strive to this truth and justice, although we see that those notions are very slippery, and not only that, they mean different things to different people. But the bigger point here in this kind of a project, we can talk about better world, more justice, equality, things like that. But then actually, as more we go deeper into this kind of logic, we understand actually that it means that we need to strip ourselves out of our identities. It means that you take out, and it means that this justice and truth and this ideal world means that you are becoming, just an average student in your class. You're just becoming like everyone. If you want to bring yourself into that state that you become really clean out of everything or do your part in this big thing, it means that it goes against your culture, your heritage, identity, whatever you want to say. Is this something we want to achieve? I mean, there are so many different tensions here. We will not achieve it. It's okay. So I'm not worried, but let's just, I want to see your answer on that.
You're muted.
Marcy, yes, you're muted.
Muted. Okay. Yes, I have no utopian solutions, but I could say a couple things. Like, the tension between freedom and equality is always going, like, that's never going to go away. That's an Isaiah Berlin problem, right? Some good things are going to work against other good things. You can't maximize on all fronts. No, we constantly are tearing our hair about that. What I'm more optimistic about is like that I don't think we're never going to perfectly balance freedom and equality. What I would like to see happen, at least like in my own country, if I can speak like not as a historian of Eastern Europe, but as an American for a while, is we start disentangling guilt and responsibility. Because there's a kind of knee-jerk reaction. I'm not guilty. I didn't do this. Like, I don't discriminate, against African Americans. I'm not the one who enslaved them. I'm not like, why should I pay? Or why should I? And I feel like the category of guilt, which also pertains now really to everyone looking back on the history of totalitarianism, because we're all talking about people who were not themselves taking part. I mean, with very few exceptions, there are no such people alive anymore. That's not, the handful of 102-year-olds who survived it's too small a number of people to be relevant. But we are still responsible. I think the source of responsibility is not guilt. I think there's a misunderstanding that responsibility comes from guilt. I think we need a paradigm shift so that responsibility does not come from guilt. And this is where I think like the dissident philosophy can be very helpful. This idea that it's not like something that you have or you don't have if you did something bad. What it means to be a human being always already in the world and embedded in the world is to be responsible. There is no escape from responsibility. There's no innocent space to which we can retreat and say we are not responsible. It's a misunderstanding to think you're either guilty or you're innocent. And if you didn't do anything very specific, then you're innocent. The condition of being in the world is that we're always already embedded in the world. There's no neutral space outside of the world to which we can retreat and say we don't have anything to do with anything. But I think we need to stop thinking about guilt and the defensive, protecting ourselves from guilt. And I'm not one of the ones who's guilty, I'm a victim. We're all responsible. I think if we can get that shift, I mean, that's one of the reasons I think like Patočka deserves a comeback. Like if we could get the shift that the source of responsibility is not guilt and responsibility belongs to all of us, I think we'd start to make some progress.
I wanted to add that actually, this is who pointed it out to me. I think it was Bela Grešković, who is an important scholar, but not in this field at all. But he once said that, and I think this is a very good point, and one that might make people less defensive when it comes to responsibility, is that you're responsible as a citizen of a country or as a state for what that state has done, because having the citizenship of a country, the passport of a country, an ID of that country, grants you a lot of privileges which you didn't earn also. But at the same time, you also inherit some responsibilities which you may not have been directly responsible for. But that citizenship does come with both benefits and responsibilities. And that's why, in that sense, I also think, yes, I have a Portuguese citizenship, for example. And if there is a debate about slavery, I do think Portugal should be made responsible, even though my ancestors have nothing to do with Portugal. But it is about, you have a citizenship that gives you benefits, you accepted the benefits and the privileges of that citizenship. That also comes with having to accept a degree of responsibilities and of compensations that may come with it.
But if I may, I have the feeling that to be endowed with the sense of responsibility is a very Western way of thinking, and which I share. I mean, I share, but I'm Western too. Because what I rather see in Central Europe is rather people who are refusing any sense of responsibility, whatever. And for me, it's always a mystery how Patočka could be Czech. Because it's so much against the grain of the culture. So I don't know how. And on the other hand, this brings me to a question to Zoltán. this politics of regret that is really coming from this Western sense of responsibility, isn't it meeting now the politics of truth in a kind of absurd production? For instance, I have two things in mind. There's going to be a memorial, I think, or a memorial in Washington, D.C. for the victims of communism. Do you know about this project? And there's going to be also a museum in Canada about the horrors of communist totalitarianism.
Is this from the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation? Are they responsible?
And both projects seem to me kind of putting together a sense of responsibility added, or a sense of, how did you put it? A sense of regret, the politics of regret added to politics of truth. That seems to me to be reaching a bit of absurd proportions, because they're basically adopting the most radical of the narratives that come from Central Europe and added together to the politics of regret that is really more typical of Western Europe, or of the Western world, and that gives a kind of narrative that is so naive. There's incredibly radical and incredibly naive at the same time. So
what is the element of regret in this monument?
No, but maybe not regret, but maybe the sense that we must take responsibility for it, right?
We as okay, I don't know the specifics so I haven't been able to interpret the messaging behind this. So it might mean this sense of we were complicit because we didn't stand up to communism enough, or
yeah, and we must be responsible by reminding the memory of those victims. But you know, for instance,
okay.
I think it was the Canadian Museum is like endorsing figures of the 100 millions of victims of communism, these kind of things. That really don't make any sense. If you look at, for instance, Central Europe, I mean, it gives a very wrong impression about the communist rule. So,
no, I actually, when I concluded my presentation, I did see some of these elements mixing, at least in the current leadership of the platform. Again, the platform is this umbrella organization for memory institutes, national memory institutes in Eastern Europe, and I think there's been so much dialogue and also so much frustration on the part of the post-communist actors with the resistance they were facing in terms of funding. One issue I forgot to mention about how we are shifting to politics of truth is that active European remembrance used to have this overwhelming focus on Holocaust projects, but with the anniversary of the fall of the anniversary of the Prague Spring, I think. Anyway, so they use some anniversaries and they use this very well to get more support for projects about the memory of communism. But and before they faced a lot of resistance. But I think they have learned that you cannot just go there into the European Parliament and claim that Nazism equals communism. They're two faces of the same coin and should be condemned equally. And they have learned that there needs to be a bit more accounting with their history of collaboration with the Holocaust. I don't see it so much when it comes to communism and the history of their own citizens' contribution to the perpetuation of communist rule. But in this sense, I do see some elements of it mixing. And on the other hand, yes, they're also mixing on the other side, as I said, with this emphasis on truth, on the state coming in and helping establishing what is truth and differentiating what is truth from what is a lie. There are supporters of this approach, also among Western MEPs who participated in these debates on memory. And this is, I think, also an element of politics of truth that is seeping into the Western politics of regret. But overall, if I look at the picture, I do see politics of truth gaining ground consistency. Specifically because it's just stakes are much higher. Politics of memory is just much more important in post-communist countries than it is in the Western countries, because it's constitutive of various political cleavages across the region or of national identities in the case of the Baltics. So they're just much more invested Western Europe is sort of more willing to cede terrain in that symbolic arena, which is not as important to it. But the consequence is that the European memory politics are shifting and are shifting towards politics of truth, even if politics of truth has learned its lessons from past failures.
Mm-hmm. And did you say Łukasz Kamiński is now the director of the European Museum in Brussels? Is that it?
No, sorry. He's director of the Platform of European Memory and Conscience, but he was writing a report on the museum because the platform was very unsatisfied with the museum. Says it's a neo-Marxist exhibit, etc. But many Western observers found it completely overtaken by anti-totalitarian narratives. So nobody was happy with it in the end. It's really a schizophrenic museum where you can find something that displeases you very easily, depending what period you look at. So because this is the EU, it's just compromises, political compromises between various stakeholders, ideologies, regions, and that was the final product. Yeah.
It's interesting for me because my studies director, Krzysztof Pomian, was one of the first advisors or founders, you might say, of this museum, or had a big role in the first years of it. And when I heard Marcy talking today, I thought I was hearing him all over again, exactly in the same way, except basically, you know, when for instance, I was studying this, you know, basically what I didn't know yet, I would call later everyday life in communist Czechoslovakia, in Stalinist Czechoslovakia. And I, at some point I discovered the most radical of the American revisionists, like a guy called William McKeag Jr. I don't know if you know him, whatever. Basically, who was so revisionist that they went so much the other way compared to classic historians like Karel Kaplan, for instance. So they went so far on the other side that they claim, for instance, that Stalin had no power at all, that, you know, everything was in the hands of people, whatever, and you know, all this narrative that we have about totalitarian regime was completely blown up and out of proportions and so on. And I was kind of repeating that to Pomian, and he basically made me a speech that is pretty much the speech you had a while ago, where it was Muriel, like, you know, you can discuss as much as you want, but, you know, in the end, there are facts. And the fact is, you know, what really happened and what did not happen. And this, you know, he said exactly the same as you, except that he said fact instead of truth. Yeah. So these are the facts. This is what happened, and this is what did not happen. And all these are complete elucubrations that are completely, you know, far off reality, and they're like, it doesn't make sense, quite simply, you know. And so yeah, so that was funny for me because it kind of links your two presentations together, since he was in the European Museum, and yeah, and he speaks a lot like Marcy, or Marcy speaks a lot like him. And Marcy, I wanted to mention my skepticism about the notion of forgiveness. Not that I disagree on the ontological level. Of course I agree. I mean, that would be ideal. But I think we're so far from forgiveness in Central Europe that it's really quite a hopeless project. But on the other hand, this morning we were talking a lot with Roman David about reconciliation. That would be already, basically his book is about reconciliation. If we could achieve some measure of reconciliation, you know, forgiveness would come much, much later. Already a bit of simply recognizing precisely that there's no historical truth, but that everybody has their own truth, and that the other side has their own truth too, that is maybe that we must not agree with, but it would be good to recognize that it exists. That would be already a good beginning on the way to reconciliation. So yeah, I just find forgiveness might be too ambitious at this stage.
I mean, I can see that there should be able to be reconciliation without punishment, but with recognition.
Yeah,
especially once you're dealing with, you know, a second generation. I mean, so you know, so I'm a Jew. I wasn't in Europe during the occupation, obviously. You I didn't personally suffer from the Holocaust. I'm very close to Martin Polak. He's been a close friend of myself and my husband's and our family for, 15 years now. The fact that his father is a Nazi is not like, I don't feel at all that he should be apologizing to me for what his father did. I don't feel like there's any there's nobody to punish in that sense. I mean, what makes me feel totally unambivalent about him is that I feel like there's a shared recognition, that there's a shared understanding of what happened. He doesn't have to repent to me for what his father did, but we have to understand the same, that something happened and there's truth. And I think the recognition, of facts, can be a basis for reconciliation. I don't think you can't compensate, you can't undo what your grandparents did. My grandparents, who came from these immigrant families coming from the Pale of Settlement, who were first generation born in the States, came from impoverished Yiddish-speaking families, were, involved in street battles, especially my grandfather when he was, a kid, growing up in impoverished inner city neighborhoods. The Jewish kids hated the Black kids. They beat one another up. Some Black kids tried to hang my grandfather. They were racist. I mean, my grandfather, I think, had racist prejudices to the end of his life. I mean, that said, they lived in a kind of enclosed Jewish world. So it's like what they thought of non-Jews who were white is, anyway, putting all that aside, my youngest brother is about to get married. He's planning a wedding in the spring, and his fiance, my future sister-in-law, is African-American. She's fantastic. I adore her, like everybody adores her. How would my grandfather have received her? Well, I don't know. He died over 15 years ago, and he died long before BJ met Ariana. So can I repent on behalf of racist things my grandfather said, to me when I was a child, to my new sister-in-law? No, I can't. There can be a shared recognition, of a world we live in and the kind of world we would like to live in. But I don't think there's any compensating for things that other people did. There's only facing them with eyes wide open.
Yeah, but I think you just expressed it very well. You're talking about 2 generations back. Yeah. Right. And you reminded me of the work of Philip Sands, who's coming so often to EBM. So we see him often in Vienna, and he was working a lot with the 2 sons of 2 prominent Nazis who basically killed his entire family in Ukraine. And of course, with them it's easy because one is completely. I mean, one would have. Supports the death penalty for his father, so there's no question there. And the other kind of understands the crimes of Nazism and doesn't support them, but he has more personal problems to condemn his own father. But he can absolutely talk with Philip Sands about it. Yeah, but it's already a generation. Right. And I think now, listening to the both of you, I think we can establish the proper order in which it should go. Is probably first recognition of the other, then reconciliation, then much later maybe forgiveness or forgetting or something, some kind of cathartic way, I guess. Because if you had heard Michal talking this morning about the Czech political prisoners, I think we are very, very far from there. They're rather a community that is very embittered and is terribly suffering. Not only has terribly suffered under communism, but is terribly suffering today about the way this past is dealt or not dealt with all the way until today. So I think it would still take a long time. Right, Michal?
I hope so that yes. And it depends, because I was talking about the level of the organization, but I know some individual members which are quite good, and they were successful. But basically, you are true, and for me it was also interesting what Marcel thought about that we have to look he opened what happened and look for the truth. Because, for example, when I did some interviews with former prison guards from the 1970s and 80s, they still, after 30 years of democracy, have no self-reflection about the past and what happened, and that they had imprisoned political prisoners, and they were really not interested in what happened to these people and who were these people. And in my opinion, because we had a psychologist in our team, she told us that it's mostly because for many people, it's almost impossible to change their identity, because this view of political prisoners, for example, is very strongly based and implemented in the core of identity of these prison guards. So it's really hard. It takes a long time, and I don't know if it's possible to be successful in it.
Yes, and also thank you, Michael. And also, Marcy, we had an incredible discovery this morning, thanks to Katarina, who basically taught us that everything, all these discussions we're having are completely moot anyway, or were completely moot until very short time ago, because in any case, how could I, let me see if I can summarize properly what you said, Katarina, but something like the judicial in the Czech Republic was not, or did not recognize that international law superseded domestic law until, well, for the treaties that Czech Republic signed, until 2009. Yeah, because they considered that it's a question of separation of powers, and so it's implicated only the executive branch. Did I understand correctly, Katarina?
You did, although I have to point out that the Constitutional Court was pushing the general courts to change this interpretation since the beginning of its existence, since the 90s. But then you have to count with the fact that although the Constitutional Court was consistently quashing down the decisions of the Supreme Court, which was implementing what you just described, there might have been always like individual cases, right, which did not manage to travel through the whole system of the judiciary up until to the top level. So yes and no, we had other interpretations, but also part of the judiciary just didn't accept it.
Right, and so whereas as of 2009, it's for sure now international law prevails. So it's only now that we can even consider thinking about crimes against humanity to punish past communist crimes. Yeah, so it's really, while we were discussing about how ready the public is to listen to that, how ready the people are to confront their own past, how ready historians are to write about this complicated past, and so in any case, nothing could have moved because it was blocked at that level. So I found that quite fascinating. Okay, do you all have more questions or comments?
Oh, let me just, Michal, what have you done with those interviews? Have you written something about them? I would love to hear what those guys said.
We had a project in past 4 years about the prison system in Czechoslovakia in 1970s and 80s. It was the first book about, it's in Czech, but it was the first book about this time. And I did some interviews with prison guards from Minkovice prison, for example, which was quite a harsh place for political prisoners and all prisoners. So it was really hard to find some narrators, but I found about 5 of them and want to continue to do some more interviews. And this project was not only about prisoners, and especially political prisoners who are, their view is the most important now, how we look at the time in prisons. But we also did interviews with the criminal prisoners and also prison staff, including these prison guards and psychologists and teachers from prisons that were looking how it was possible that these people were working in the prisons in the time, so how they felt there, which choices they had to solve, to stay inside the system or to leave. So we published some short articles about it, and we are preparing English translation about the book, which should be print it next year, maybe if it will be successful in it. Yeah.